and welcome back to another episode of Open Hearts, the semi-regular tabletop RPG. You may notice that our talk sprites are not working this session. Discord updated their username system, and now the software that I was using to run the talk sprites is no longer functioning. Hopefully that will be resolved in the coming weeks, or a new software will be developed that will work. But until then, you're just getting some PNGs.
Yay!
I hope you can remember who's
Some
who.
sick-ass audio.
I hope you remember people's voices.
Wow.
I mean, it is session 54.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But hey,
55,
any new peeps?
actually.
Yeah, 55, yeah.
What?
It's
Do I have
55.
the numbers wrong?
It's
We started
maybe.
at session 0.
Yeah, it is session 55. 54 was last week.
Last week?
Maybe you...
We didn't have a session last week.
Or the last week that we had a session, rather.
The 9th.
Yes. Whatever fucking week it
Okay,
was. Also,
I keep my numbers wrong.
You also may notice that episode 54 is not on the YouTube playlist. That is because it got eaten by Twitch. Ever since Twitch updated their thing to only keep VODs for 7 days, I've been, struggling to remember. So 54 is lost. But I will recap it.
Yeah, recap!
She accidentally wrote two 53s. 53 and 53 the second time.
Oh no.
Electric
53,
Boogaloo.
the sequel.
Halloween 2.
Oh shit.
But
Here we go again.
last session, Kalina was resting in the Deep Realm, of course, and with Tagok, because Tagok was there. And when they finally met back up with the rest of the group, they were just leaving from Edenbrook and heading up the mountain. While going up the mountain, they encountered a wall of pink smoke. Tagok was the only person brave enough to touch it. She said it was oddly warm and had a powdery feel to it. There was a side cave just off the path that warned of sirens ahead and to take the tunnel to the old cathedral. The party heeded the warning of this old sign and took the passage through the rock. I'm trying not to laugh. Audrey, you've got a lot of nerve. But, while in the cave, they realized that the siren's smoke was beginning to flood it, leaving them only one choice to go ahead. Colbart used his wind to try to push it back, and it only did so much. Kalina made a wall of crystals and blocked the sirens. But they did see the sirens from the other side of the clear crystal. As the party progressed through the cavern, they reached a fork in the path, one that led to the ocean and a cliff face, and one that led to the cathedral. Soon realizing that the sirens had surpassed the wall of crystal, the party took the cathedral route, while Dusk, the man that had been accompanying them, and a close confidant of Tiranali, who had been sending them to visit the Sins, decided to lead the Sirens out to the coast. Once the rest of the party had made it into the cathedral, Colbart took to the skies as a bird, deciding to try and find dusk from above. He did, and came just in time to accidentally knock a siren off the cliff face and into the ocean below. He still feels bad about it. God bless his sweet little heart.
I'm just gonna reply to something that I sent in links that is just
Yes, I did see that one.
yeah.
Falls down. But Dusk was able to meet back up with the group as they decided to stay the night in the cathedral at the heed of Leonia, who said that the city is rather dangerous at night. And in this abandoned cathedral, they have decided to stay. Anastasius has, his dry self, decided to sleep in the basin on the altar, which Colbart kindly filled up with water for him.
Being baptized.
Being
Bath
baptized.
time.
It's bath time.
Selena
Thank you,
woke
man.
me up just to fill a tub.
Mhm. They woke him up just to fill up the tub.
Holy bath time.
Holy
That
bath
has
time.
like the same vibe, but like literally a kid. Just like,
Mom.
Mom, I flew up. I need to
Mom,
take
I
a
flew
nap."
up. Mom, I flew up.
Mom, I flew up.
I don't know why non-roleplay comments is not loading.
Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna try and open it.
No, the whole chat is not loading. The
Oh.
entirety of the chat is like gray.
Oh.
So fuck me, I guess.
Interesting.
I saw it pop up in my corner, but no, I cannot see that message you sent, Jade.
I'm trying.
I can see when you send stuff in there, I just no pictures. You fuckers, you're so mean to me. Just out of your reach. You're a bitch. You're a demon. I hate you. Just joke. But that leads us to today's session, where, well, shut up. Y'all are so rude.
Okay.
God, I wish
Okay.
Ruth could see this. Oh my god.
Y'all are
Okay,
being real
okay.
shady. Y'all are being real shady.
Okay,
That was the
okay.
soundboard. We have a soundboard now, Caleb.
We have a soundboard now.
That
Yes,
was
we
the
have a
shade
soundboard.
sound.
Don't touch it.
Yes. Only when appropriate. If you feel like it fits the scenario, you may.
I am pretty sure that Eros does have the power to mute someone from the soundboard.
I'm pretty sure I do.
You got
Yeah.
the power of smite.
The power within. Anyways, today's session.
I will either defeat God or die trying.
You will die.
Sounds fun.
No.
But,
Starzoth is too stubborn to die.
yeah. Alright. So, today's session, of course, what you're going to be doing is you're finally going to be seeing Veranda.
Yay.
You're going to be seeing,
Miranda.
Lust Mommy. Goddess of Lust.
Is she gonna riz me up?
Let's hope not. You're 17.
God.
Back.
Alright. The Starzoth having his crush on what's her face is now canon.
Veranda.
Yeah.
If you ever express your feelings about her, Leonia will throw you. Protective big brother.
And he will succeed.
Yeah. He's a big boy. Big boy.
Big boy.
God damn it. I can't see any of the things you're putting in non-roleplay comments. Sad.
I didn't put that one in non-roleplay.
Oh,
I put
it
that
just
one in
wasn't
break room.
loading. Okay, never mind. Anyways, you're waking up. Okay. I'm rebooting a little bit. My brain is kind of overheating a little. It's been a week, guys. It's been quite
You're
a
doing
week.
good. You're doing great, buddy.
My brain is soggy, just like everything outside. It's been raining for 3 straight days here, guys.
Anastasius
Lucky.
would love that.
He would. As would Colbart.
Dude, I would love that. I need the rain. I'm like dying of heat exhaustion over here.
Oh, you would not be safe, because it's not cool. It's hot and rainy.
That's the best type of rain.
No, it's not. I'd rather have a cold rain than a hot rain. Humidity is
Cold
the
rain.
worst. Anyways, enough about the weather. Enough about the weather. In the wee early hours of the morning, you are awoken by the sound of people. Like,
Oh.
a decent amount of people.
Oh?
Um, Anastasius,
Oopsie.
you are the first to wake up,
Oh, I guess he's in the basin.
and you kind of peer over the edge of the basin to see that there is a decently sized group of elderly people dressed in rags that are on their knees bowing and praying to the altar, or rather to you.
Oh?
I
Oh
knew.
no. Oh no.
The one in the front is he's like, he gets up and he says, "Oh, thank you, ocean spirit. You have come to bless our drought-stricken land."
Anastasius, he just looks at them now with a look and just says, "Listen, man, me and my friends are just here because we're here to see the person."
Just crush their hopes.
I like, however, the other fish. However, my fish my friend over there might be able to help. I
Oh,
don't know.
how lovely Anastasius is volunteering Colbart's help out.
Yay.
Again.
Again.
Gonna wake me up again to fill up a tub.
Yay. First it's filling up the tub, then it's filling up the wells.
Watering your crops.
Listen, I'm sorry, Caleb.
You should say sorry to Colbar, not Kalina.
Caleb. Said Caleb.
Oh, I thought he said Kalina.
This is a mess.
There's too many names.
No open hearts, everyone.
We're fun over here.
Goodbye.
Oh, speaking of, I should probably just.
How awkward.
Yeah,
The
no.
elderly people do not seem to fully grasp what you're saying. All they see is a sort of ethereal, gigantic squid man in front of them, that had been laying in a once empty basin that is now full of water. They don't seem to really understand, and they are just they keep on sort of worshiping you a little.
Anastasius is just like he gets out of the mason and very quickly I'm grabbing my sheet.
Looks at character sheet.
So while I do this, Anastasius says, "By the way, what time even is it currently?"
The man in front, with his hands clasped in front of you, says, "The dawn has just broken." So, like, the sun just came up.
Okay. I do not have anything to create water. So Anastasius says, "Good to know." Oh, who? And then he,
She's a light sensor.
It's literally a light sensor.
Right. Oh, great. Now roleplay isn't working either.
Oh.
Oh,
Do you want me to
literally
type in
the
break room then?
only chat that's working is Break Room Shenanigans. Great.
Oh,
I love
Great.
Discord. It's so terrible.
no. Welcome to hell.
God have mercy. Yeah, Break Room Shenanigans is the only chat that's working right now for me.
Okay.
so okay, so very quickly I'll have Anastasius just sign in Draconic. Who do I even like help these people without giving their hopes too high? Because with the back of his mind racing, like I can't do like I can't create or destroy water.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's happening?
Anastasius has been mistaken as a spirit of the ocean that has come to bless the people and relieve them from the drought.
Okay.
So a bunch of old crazy people are worshiping him right now.
Because
Is
they see
Anastasius
a
the
big
only
ass
one
squid
awake?
man sitting in a basin that was previously empty and is now full of water.
So like if say like Astraeus were to like push a shit ton of water aggressively, would they think it'd be Anastasius?
Yeah, most likely.
Like that scene from Avatar: The
I
Last
just
Airbender where they pretend that Momo's
If Astraeus and Colbart teamed up, you could thoroughly make people believe that Anastasius is an ocean spirit or a demigod of the ocean or something.
No, he's just a dumbass that accidentally got turned a portal.
No.
Okay, so
I do not support that.
very quickly, am I able to? Am I allowed to vicious mockery people?
You are allowed to, yes. I'm not
What
gonna
did he
say
say?
I'm not gonna say you can't.
Bro, don't.
He's gonna do what?
He wants to
Vicious
cast
mockery.
vicious mockery.
These fucking old
Ah.
people.
I'm double checking what it does. 1 second.
It does damage. That's what it does.
It hurts people. You're gonna hurt these old people?
You insult them so hard that they take physical damage.
Is Anastasius gonna like finger bomb someone again?
No.
Boop.
Please, no.
Wait. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized what that meant. I meant Eldritch Blast finger them. Eldritch
That
finger
still
blast
doesn't
them.
sound good. The
That
finger
doesn't
guns!
sound
Finger
good.
guns! It's finger
Finger
guns!
guns.
Okay.
It's
Finger
finger
guns.
guns!
I'm sorry.
Oh,
if I
This
we
is
lose
I-
society.
I'm sorry.
if I only had the ability, like if I had multi-class and had the ability to help create destroy water. Ah, god damn it.
You have dug your hole, now lie in it.
You can
Right.
cast silent image to make an image. That works, right? Hold on. You create an image of an object, creature, or some other visible phenomena.
You're gonna make
You
them
do something
believe
with
that you
that.
have fake water.
Or at
That's
least
so
something
rude.
that, I don't know.
That's so rude.
Can I roll to see if I wake up?
Yes.
I would also like to wake up.
Yes, I think it's a given that Tagok is already up.
Wake up.
And Tagok has just kind of been
Rise
watching
to the
from the,
top.
like, side wing.
Yeah,
like, what
I'm
the
just fucking
fuck?
watching and be like, the hell?
While,
the
while this all
fuck?
goes down, Sarsoth decides to go walk his fish, or sorry, his snail. He goes to walk his snail.
Oh my goodness. Alright,
Sarthoth just fucking
Sarzoth,
He has to
Dips.
periodically do that.
Just fucking dips.
you decide to, go out into the, onto the church grounds to let your snail walk around a little bit. And, while you're out there and walking your snail, you see sort of, there is a dead tree, like a very large dead tree just outside of the church grounds. And underneath of it, there looks to be sort of a pink blob. It's pretty small, but it stands out quite a bit amongst the orangey red rock. It's just a very pale pink, sort of squishy looking blob on the ground underneath the tree
Mm-hmm.
that you see as you're walking your snail. Letting Astreus get some
What?
exercise.
Yeah.
It's like a genuine question. Do snails walk?
They
Um,
go.
The bottom of them
They
is technically
go.
called a foot.
True that.
He-
It's called a foot.
because Astreus is like kind of a spirit. Think of it like almost like an Aladdin genie type of thing. Like
Yeah.
very lot of power, itty bitty little home.
Yeah.
He needs to
Infinite
stretch every so
power.
often.
Bitty
Oh,
green
I
space.
pressed it to this.
Yeah. But Sarzoth just kind of sees it, and he's like, like I wanna touch it. Is it squishy?
Poke
And
it.
There is a gate that you can open to go check it out.
He kind of looks at, he like squints a little bit. He's like, fuck it. So he walks over and he just like he grabs a little stick. He's like pokes it.
You poke the little blob. It's about the size of your fist, more or less. And when you poke it, it sort of like recoils a little bit, like you've just poked a living creature.
Got that recoil.
It just kind of pulls away from the stick a little bit and shifts, and you hear like a very faint cooing sound come from it.
What?
What?
Sarzoth kind of like steps back a couple times and he's like, what the fuck? And he like goes back. This time he pokes it really hard in an attempt to puncture it.
You poke it again,
Respect.
and It doesn't recoil as much, but it does sort of cry out a little bit. It sounds a little bit like, you know, a baby animal crying. And it like
Just
it
heard a
proceeds
baby.
it proceeds to sort of, you know, call out and cry in distress. And it almost perks up a little bit, like it's raised its head.
Sarzoth tries to pick it up with his hand.
All right. Roll a.
I knew you were gonna say something.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Tell me to roll something.
Fuck off. Let me just look at your character sheet real quick, bitch.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now I'm scared.
What would it be?
Roll
Whoa,
for
D&D
failure.
Beyond is gay now.
They're putting chemicals in the water and turning the frickin'
like
frogs
that.
gay. Roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Alright, give me like 2 seconds. My thing's loading. It's loading up. Boop doop. Wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Oh god. Okay.
It's not even that far into
Why
the
does
session.
D&D Beyond have to like load so goddamn long? Yeah. Alright. 15.
All right. So when you pick it up, it feels warm to the touch, and it feels like skin, like you're touching skin. It's very soft, and it seems to kind of like form to like the cup of your hand as it moves around. And you notice as you pick it up that through the gaps in your fingers there seems to be little tendrils of smoke sort of falling out.
Oh?
Um. I hope this doesn't come to bite me in the ass.
Oh, it probably will.
Picked up a baby siren.
Um, it kind of scares Sarzoth a bit, and he kind of like jolts, and then he instinctually throws it as far as he possibly can.
No.
Oops.
Chuck the baby, I guess.
Yes. You throw the little blob as far as you can muster. And you kind of very faintly hear a little, like, very slight wail as it soars through the air. And, you see the little pink blob in the distance sort of hit the ground and tumble. And, it lands just in front of a, what seems like ruins of old buildings. It hits the ground, and you see it kind of like perk up a little bit. And then from out of the ruins, you see larger pink masses and smoke begin to roll out from
Oh,
behind
God.
You
the
fucking idiot.
ruins. A few of them go over and pick up the little blob, supposedly comforting it. And then you can see as they turn to your direction.
Sarzoth kind of turns to his snail and stares at it and attempts to be like, "What do I do?"
Estrellas, what do I do? I think I fucked up.
Astreus senses your distress and comes out of the snail and looks at you confused and kind of like makes a face like, what the fuck's going on?
Stray Starzal kind of like, with a very shaky hand, points at the massive pink blob tumbling towards me.
His eyes widen and he puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, inside the church grounds. Get inside the church grounds.
The Starzal runs. Jolts as fast as he can to
As
the
you do,
church grounds.
you hear Estrella say, are you just gonna fucking leave me here?
He just
What do you
Ew.
expect me to do?
Damn.
oh, he's just gonna leave him.
Just know my snail does have hit points.
Mhm.
No.
Dude.
I swear, if Kalina is gonna reluctantly save the snail that killed her ex-fiance, nothing like the morning routine of going out and rescuing the snail that killed your ex.
Better her than Tagok.
Honestly, no. It should be Tagok, a little mini Tagok character arc.
Yeah.
Don't make her do
Reluctantly
that.
picks up the snail, eyes clenched shut, running back towards the gate.
It's
Um,
Don't do that to me, man.
But, Sarzoth, you hear Estrellas scoff and say, fine, just make sure to tell the others. If they leave the grounds... Ugh.
They're fucked.
Oh, okay. So, Sarzov kind of like tries to sneak his way to the others. At this point, he looks very shaken up. Like, his hair is like sticking straight up like a cat.
He's a little frazzled.
Yeah.
Kalina
And,
woken up by this commotion?
You hear the slamming of the iron gate outside, and then you hear the heavy footsteps of Sarzoth as he, comes in the cathedral and closes the door gently, trying not to make too much of a commotion.
Not acknowledging the animal people. Worshipping Anastasius.
Yeah. You come out, you see the old people, then you see Sarzoth come in the door, close it, looking visibly distressed.
Kalina, she's like, she's up, albeit very tired, but she sees Sarzoth come in looking rather shaken, which is a look that she is not used to seeing on him. Because we all know what Sarzoth is like. He's a little shit.
Mm-hmm.
Very confident,
so-
very cocky. Not easily
Yes.
thrown off his
Yeah.
groove, I guess.
Yeah, Kalina, she just sees him and she immediately looks concerned. Sarzoth? And she rushes over to him, ignoring the old people. She might not even notice. She either doesn't notice or doesn't care.
Acknowledges their existence, doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, doesn't give a fuck. Just like, well, we're in a church.
Tagok probably peers, probably stands up. I think she's behind Anastasia. She's stands up and just looks past the old people down towards Sarzov and just really loudly is just the fuck did you do?
Well, you see, I was walking Anastasius because he needs to stretch out his legs every so
Astreus.
often. Astreus.
You can't even say his
Dude.
name right.
Hey, they're very
very
similar
shaken up.
names.
He's very shaken up.
Yeah.
He's like, I was walking Astreus, and he was moving really fast. Wasn't looking where he was walking, and he kicked a pink blob thing, and now there's a bigger pink blob thing chasing me. I help.
Kalina, like,
Damn.
Kalina, she just looks at him and just says, "Where is Astraeus now?"
I don't know. He's dealing with the mistake that he made. I'm just
Wow.
trying to save my life.
Okay.
Kalina,
Wow,
like, she
Sarza.
doesn't believe him for 1 second. She can see straight through it.
Knows he's lying.
Yeah, she knows he's lying.
Well, let's actually see. Sarzoth, roll for deception.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy.
Yeah, and would I have to, like, roll against it? Caleb, would I have to roll against the deception roll?
Insight.
Yes.
Insight, okay. An
I got a
insight roll.
9. I
Alright.
got a
Alright,
9.
Insight.
After a plus, I got a natural 2.
Oh
Okay,
boy.
Insight
Oof.
check.
Can I roll for insight as well?
Yes.
I'm
You may
doing
also roll
that.
for insight to see if you
should Tagok roll for insight with
Natural 20.
should Tagok roll for
I got a total of 21.
disadvantage since he's
Yeah.
not very smart in the brain?
No. Unless she already has disadvantage on
Oh,
on wisdom, then
damn.
no. But
damn.
anyways, they can tell you're lying.
I rolled a 5.
Oh,
She cannot tell you're lying, but Kalina
I
can tell
rolled
you're
it,
lying.
I'm on the other side of the room. Let's just say that.
Wasn't really listening. That's her excuse.
Also, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
my dog's at the door. I'll be back.
Okay.
Dog. The
But yeah,
dog.
Kalina, she just, like, puts a hand on his shoulders and just says, "We'll talk about this later. I know that's not what happened.
Yes,
But I'm
it is.
I can tell when you're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
We'll talk about this later.
He
I'm
sounds
going
like a
out.
child. Oh my god. I'm
Cobalt
not lying.
I'm not lying."
Cobalt is gonna
Okay.
Pipe up
It's
and
not my
say-
dog. I'm hallucinating.
Oh my.
Cobalt is gonna pop up and say, "Did you kick a baby siren? What the fuck?"
No. It was Astraeus.
Yeah, sure. A snail.
Yeah, he's a very fast snail.
Kalina, she just stops listening to him and just looks over at Cobalt, just like, "Cobalt, guard the door.
Make sure those old
Alright,
people don't
Take
get
up,
out.
come with me."
What's the
Okay.
fish boy gonna do when the pink blob eats him?
I'm not that weak.
Kalina does not answer. She just goes out the door and waits for Tagok. Wait, not even waiting for Tagok. She just goes.
I quickly follow, and I would like to draw my sword.
Alright, y'all are going to have to find where Astraeus is. On just outside the church grounds. Basically, there is a iron fence, an iron wrought fence surrounding
Uh-huh.
the cathedral. It's about 10 feet surrounding, like, 10 feet out from the walls in a, surrounding the cathedral on all sides. There are multiple gates, but you're gonna have to find where Astraeus is.
Okay, can...
So,
Roll investigation?
yes.
Yeah, probably investigation, yeah.
I mean, I don't have a plus in it, but
At this point,
That
Sarzoth
works.
is like crawled up in the corner.
Oh no,
Oh,
he's scared.
what, you fucking threw a child?
He got
Okay.
spooked. He
Very quickly,
he's a bit of a
Okay.
menace.
I'm
Dirty
going
20.
to
14.
going out with Kalina and Tagok. I'm going to roll an investigation as well.
bro, you're just leaving the people that are worshipping you.
Yeah.
Ignores
Oh,
the
I could've
worshippers.
told.
Just like puts his hand up. Stay here. Okay.
Aren't
He's
I
more like-
like staying back guarding the door?
Colbert, you
Oh
are.
wait, no. I heard Tim say Caleb instead of Tagon. Ignore me.
Technically, you don't have to guard the door to the church. You just have to guard the main gate to the cathedral, or like the front gate to the grounds.
Yeah.
Make sure it's closed. Lock it.
Lock your
And you
door.
got a
Also
dirty
make an
20, correct,
investigation?
Kalina?
Yes, I got a dirty 20.
And what did you say, Colbert? I'm sorry.
Does
Holber.
that mean I can also make an investigation check?
Yes.
Cool.
Anastasius, what did you get for investigation?
8.
8.
I heard 2 for a second.
Okay.
I got 27.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
He's very good at investigating.
Right. So you
I am
are
not.
Investigating.
you're at the front gate, correct, Colbert?
Yeah.
All right. So, you're at the front gate, and you see, that some of the bars of the front gate are slightly disformed or disfigured, as if somebody had tried to pull them apart. You also see marks that look like imprints of hands, and where the imprints are, there seems to be something stuck to the metal.
That's not sketchy at all.
Oh,
Definitely not concerning.
gonna see what it is.
Would you like to touch it or just get a closer look?
Get a closer look.
You look closer. It kind of looks like sort of paste-like. I don't know how to describe it. Imagine if you like chewed up a cut of meat, and then that like gross meat paste was just sort of like
Ugh.
stuck on the bars.
Ugh.
As you get closer to it, you can definitely smell it. It does smell like burnt flesh.
Iron tried to get in, didn't they?
Holy ground.
Like hollow more shoulder and say, I found some burnt flesh.
Kalina, like, she blinks and then just kind of speed walks over. You found what?
Burnt flesh. So I just point.
He's like, I found that. Kalina, she just kind of mutters to herself, just like, oh, stars. Before,
Kalina?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Would you like to look around the area that Colbert is around?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna use your roll that you had before. I'm gonna use your dirty
which
20.
is a dirty 20.
So Kalina, you sort of look around looking for anything else. You notice that there is a myriad just outside the gate of footprints and disruption in the like the red dust that is from the rock.
Yeah.
You also see that up against one of the larger posts is a small pink blob.
Oh?
It's just kind of laying at the base of the post. And it's undulating slightly.
Thing.
Sounds erotic.
God. Now is not the time. We need like a spray bottle just for Audrey.
I need to get
Yeah.
a spray bottle sound effect. The horny
It's like,
spray
no,
bottle.
bad. But yeah, Kalina, like, she sees it. Yeah, sees like the little pink mass, and she can safely assume what it is. And she slowly looks around just to see if any of the parents are nearby.
You do not see any bigger masses of the pink or any of the smoke at the
Okay.
front. But you do sort of notice, like, in areas where the fence has been, like, messed with and there is the burnt flesh, somewhere close by is a small pink blob.
Multiply starfish?
It seems that when they drop their flesh, it sort of becomes a new mass.
Dang.
But you don't know that. That is just for
Okay.
out of character for
Okay.
you to know.
But yeah, Kalina, she can she roll to see if she puts this together?
Sure. Roll for.
Intelligence.
Would it be like
Yeah.
some kind of intelligence check?
Yeah, it would be, but I'm trying to decide which one. Arcana. Let's say Arcana.
Okay.
Yes. Roll for Arcana.
Yeah, total of 19.
Nice.
Thank goodness for my +9 bonus.
All right, Kalina, you know that there are various types of magical beings within the world that multiply in strange ways. One being that certain entities, when they drop pieces of their flesh, it will grow a new being. Similarly, but opposite to how lizards drop their tails and grow new ones. Imagine if the dropped tail grew a new lizard.
Oh.
Aw.
So that's what's happening.
Yeah, Kalina, like, she sees this and just kind of is like, oh. Oh dear. She's
Hope you
debating
are-
on picking up the blob or not. She's not gonna chuck it.
Shin.
Uh,
Oh, never
yes. Okay,
Homer
never mind.
comes up and asks, "Oh dear, what?"
Well, apparently I think that whatever has been trying to get in, well, some magical creatures, when they lose a part of themselves, like flesh, that piece of flesh will grow into another being. And, she, slowly and carefully picks up the little being.
All right, Kalina, make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Alright, wisdom saving throw, come on. Ooh! Got an 18.
All right. So, Kalina, you feel its warmth. It feels like skin, and you notice the pink smoke coming through your fingers as you pick it up, and you feel it sort of, jostle around and move, and you hear its faint cooing.
Baby. Of course, Kalina's gonna pick it up because she has a soft spot for babies of any kind.
Little pink blob.
Except for Sarasoth.
Yeah, but that's because he's grown. He's a much bigger baby.
Oh,
Any small baby than
A
Kalina
much
is just like,
bigger
yes.
baby.
poor Sarsoth. The big baby.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Kalina, like, she just kind of shushes it a little bit. like the little blob in her hands, just like, shh, it's okay, it's okay, and kind of rocking it back and forth.
As it calms down, it seems to press itself like more flatly into your hands.
Oh, you're melting.
Yes.
You're melting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little baby.
Mm-mm.
The baby.
But yeah,
I
Kalina.
do not like this.
Tagok is just watching Kalina
I
literally
don't
hold a
like
baby
this.
siren.
I don't like this.
I don't like this.
It's like, do you not remember what happened yesterday?
At this point, Sarzal kind of like tiptoes out to see what's happening.
Sarzoth, you see Kalina, Tagok, and Colbart standing at the front gate, and Kalina seems to be holding and shushing something.
Sarzal's eyes kind of widen a little bit. He goes, "Nothing's dangerous, don't you know?"
Kalina, hear this?
You hear a very faint, shaky voice of Sarzoth from behind as he says, "That thing's dangerous, don't you know?"
Kalina, she looks over at him and with a softer voice, as to not disturb the baby, she just says, "Does this look like it would harm anyone? At least now."
Tried harming me.
Did it try harming you? Or did the blob?
Yes. I tried to
Either
break
way.
my hand.
Can uh can Kalina roll for insight?
Yes, you may.
See if he's lying or not. Alright, total
Can
of
I
15.
roll for deception again?
Yes, you may.
Total of 15.
Alright.
I got the same exact roll. 9.
You get the sense that he is lying a little bit. But, that thought is overshadowed by the fact that you start feeling a tingling in your hand.
Peeing on me.
No. It's not
Kalina,
peeing.
she looks down at the blob.
It's not particularly doing anything, but the tingling in your hand is, it's not exactly a pleasant feel.
Oh. Great. Kalina, she's just gonna, like, you know, because she's technically on, like, the other side of the gate, right? Like, off the church grounds, technically.
No, you reach through the bars of the gate to pick it up.
Oh. Well, that would explain something. Because they technically can't get onto holy ground.
Well, it's not touching holy ground, if we're being very technical.
Yeah, true, but still. But yeah, Kalina, she feels this, and she opens the gate and steps outside and see if that does anything.
The tingling does not stop.
Oh.
In fact, it seems to be getting, like, more intense as the seconds go by.
Kalina, she just mutters, "Oh dear," and she quickly looks for a safe spot to set the baby down.
You see that there is, what looks like a sort of broken stone podium just a foot or so away.
Okay, yeah, she slowly, yeah, she carefully sets it there and making sure that it's like, you know, a soft enough place.
Right. You sort of tip it out of your hands, and as soon as the open air hits your hands, you know, feel the pain and look at your hands and see that there are some burns on your palms where the baby siren was resting. It's not
Cool.
like a heat burn. It is a very different type of burn.
Kalina, she just sees this. She just says, "Oh," and she looks at the baby and she says, "Maybe
Nice
if I
baby.
maybe if I hold you, I should wear gloves."
Love.
Does the baby do anything in response?
Nope. It just seems to be, undulating a little bit.
Yeah, just
On
like,
the
"Oh,
podium.
but you were toasty."
Toasty.
But yeah, Kalina, she just shakes her head and before like she just said before I'm gonna have her do another investigation roll. I'm just gonna say like she's just gonna say and like kind of point to the baby. Just stay here, all right?
Stay here. Points at it.
Yeah, it's like stay.
Alright. What you gonna do now?
Very quickly, would Anastasius notice the burn mark that Kalina had gotten?
You see Kalina look at her hands, and, you can see that her hands look different, but from the distance that you're at, you can't see the severity of the burns. You just notice that, her hands look a little scuffed.
Also,
Okay.
do I lose any like health for that? Like,
No, you're probably good.
No. Not
Okay,
severe
no health.
enough for you
Okay.
to lose a hit point.
Okay.
So
Does
at this
Tagak
point,
notice the burns?
Yes, you do,
Sarzoth
Tagok.
turns to Astraeus, knowing
Astraeus
damn well
isn't
no one
there.
else.
You
Are
left
you-
the snail.
Are you going back to where Astraeus was? Is that what you were?
Isn't Astraeus with me?
No, you left him.
You left him.
Snail.
You literally
I
left
thought
him
we're
out
back
there.
where we were.
No, he's
Yes.
at the back gate. You're at the front gate.
Oh, I see.
You left him.
Y'all have not found him
Well.
yet.
Well, Sarzoth turns to a corner, knowing damn well that no one else knows that Astraeus isn't there, and definitely can't hear him. He goes, Astraeus, why would you kick that thing? It's dangerous, don't you know? And then goes on to have an imaginary conversation with
Oh my
Astraeus.
god.
Illusion.
Kalina's just not gonna pay attention to any of it because she knows that chances are that he's lying and she's not gonna believe him.
Does she?
Tagak just kind of notices the marks on Kalina's hands. And she kind of very briefly steps to the other side of the gate and just goes, Kalina, come on.
And Kalina just says, "What? But we still need to find Astraeus."
And we can keep looking elsewhere.
Kalina
I don't
just-
like these things.
Kalina just sighs before stepping away from the little baby. Looking back a couple times just to make sure that it's still there.
Also, it should be noted that Colbart, who got the highest investigation roll, did not find Astraeus in this general vicinity near the front gate.
Hmm.
So,
Colbar is gonna say, I don't think he's here anyways.
No, he's right here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Also, the fuck happened to your hand?
Kalina,
I
She
licked
looks
it
at
a
her,
bit too many times.
yeah, Kalina, she looks at her hands and just says, I think I held that creature for too long. It, guessing it had some sort of adverse reaction. Or at least I did, anyway.
I'm gonna like, I want to take her like the words. Can I see
Take
your
her
hands?
hands in yours.
Pretty much. Can it?
How romantic.
Go ahead,
Can I
Colbert.
see your hands?
Now's not the time.
Go ahead, Colbert.
Right. Well, I'm gonna do what you should do in case you ever do have a chemical burn. I'm gonna rinse it in clean water. Gonna rinse her hands in clean water.
All right.
Doesn't that make it worse sometimes though? Like
Depends on the chemical, but
oil,
it's
like water
just in
on an
case
oil fire.
it's different. But it depends on the chemical. But like just in case, like you usually do that.
Yeah.
Like it's not many
Yeah, I
chemicals.
found a Pop Tart in my backpack.
Nice.
Stars off.
Found a
Mm,
Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart, add it to inventory.
Minecraft
Ba-ba-da-ba.
pop sound. So Colbert, you wash off Kalina's hands with fresh water, and Kalina, you feel the sense of relief, and the pain dulls quite considerably.
Kalina, she does let out a sigh of relief. And she says, thank you, Colbot.
Currently, by now, some of the other NPCs in the party have woken up, and are coming outside to see what the fuck's going on.
Clement's gonna be so mad at Kalina. It's like,
We're
what do you
gonna
mean
yell at
you're
the
not
old
a baby
people.
siren?
So Dusk, Nyoka, Clement, and Freya come out. And Dusk is in the front. He's like, what's going on here? I heard a commotion.
Don't touch the pink things.
Kalina. She just sighs. She says, long story short, Salzoth was out with Astraeus, and, apparently, and she's like using a bunch of sarcasm with her words, and apparently, Astraeus kicked some sort of pink creature, which turned out to be a baby siren. And so Salzoth ran and left Astraeus behind.
So what
And now we're
happened? And he does the thing where he like drops his head and slams his fist into the air.
Oh, he's so baby.
just a baby.
He's just a little guy. Oh my goodness.
Helena,
yeah.
she doesn't pay him any mind.
Should I go take a look around and I point up to the air?
That sentence did not register in my brain. Say it again, please.
It did not.
It did not compute.
Should I take a look around and I point up to the air, basically saying that should I fly around?
This is why you need to use your words.
Okay.
If you would like to.
Yeah, go fly around, buddy. Go fly
Because
around.
the tism does not make the tism.
We
the tism.
are a little
Yes.
dumb. But yes, you may fly around.
Ben, did you just drop a bunch of pens?
Now I got dinner. Sorry.
Oh.
Food.
Okay.
Crunchy.
But Dusk comes over and he looks down at your hands because he notices that you're holding your hands a little weirdly.
Yeah.
like sort of just like don't touch me, I'm sterile kind of emotion with your hands.
Yeah.
And he grabs your wrist and tilts your hand like to face him. And his eyes widen a little bit and he's like, "Did you pick it up?"
Or she did.
Kalina just sighs. I didn't think it would do that.
You're very lucky these burns aren't more severe. This thing could have dissolved your hand.
I said it tried to eat me.
Kalina just looks at him and just says, "For all we know, you picked it up and chucked it across a field."
No.
Kalina, like, she at first goes to retort, but then she's just like, "Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, that's what
Wait
you
a
actually
damn
did,
Wait
isn't
a
it?
goddamn minute."
Wait a goddamn minute.
And she's just like, "So that's what you did."
No.
Kalina, she looks over to Sarazoth and says, "Show us your hands."
See, my hands aren't bent.
You put out your hands to show them. And your hands look like they have a mild rash on them. Red and splotchy.
Oh no.
And you look at your hands and your eyes widen. Because you've just realized that your hands are, affected by the acid residue.
Well, you see, my butt was really itchy earlier, and so like,
He literally sounds like a child trying to lie.
Bruh.
Kalina just looks at him like he's like she's gonna let him continue trying to lie his way out of it, but she's just gonna look at him like not disappointed, but like something similar to that. Just more just like why?
Tired.
Yeah, tired.
Tired
that's,
parent.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So very tired.
Eros, I have a question.
Yes.
Where is Astraeus right now? Like, what's he
Um,
doing at this moment?
So currently, Astraeus, he has receded back into the snail and is trying to, hide and be unassuming.
Mm-hmm.
He has very slowly crawled his way up onto the trunk of the dead tree. That you, were next to when you picked up the baby.
Okay. So
Hey,
like
guys.
he's within my sight right now.
No, he is around the backside of the cathedral. I have a.
Alright, do I know? Can I
Yeah.
like sense where he is since I'm like paired with him?
Yes, you can sense like his presence in like the general direction.
All right.
I'm gonna take a wee little
Sarzoth,
picture of the diagram.
Oh, you
at
can
this
use,
point, Sarzoth
idea flip.
announces to the party. Sarzoth announces to the party. All right, I know where Astraeus is. Let's go walk towards him. And as like we're all walking, it's a very detailed diagram. Sorry. Um, we start walking towards the tree, and at this point, Astraeus kind of like pops out of the snail and just looks at Sarzoth, like really.
You see
And
Astraeus, like he's in the tree. You can see like his torso kind of like resting as if he's like resting his elbows crossed, like in the tree, and he's just staring at you.
yeah. So the party already probably knows this, but I will say it anyways, just so that the viewers may know if there are any. Um, you to Sarzoth, Astraeus is entirely visible. He looks like he just looks like a person, basically, other than like his weird non-human design.
Mhm.
which means that if, say, Helena were to see him, Sarzoth would not know.
Yeah.
Astreus doesn't really like being seen by anyone, but he's kind of out for blood right now.
Antisocial.
He's out for blood right now. So Sarzoth starts like whining at him, like, "Why would you kick the snail?" And Astreus makes himself very much visible to everyone, and continues to be like, "You're the one who threw him across the field."
Yes.
Kalina, she looks at, like, she almost, like, her eyes widen a bit, and she almost says, I knew it!
It should also be noted that while you are kind of yelling at Astreus from the gate, the tree is like about 15 feet outside the gate, mind you, and he's in the tree. The pink smoke is closing in, like, you know, it's like a mist upon the ground, and it almost looks like as the sirens move in the mist, it almost looks like dolphins bounding through the water, but it's the mist. Kind of spooky.
Does Kalina notice this?
Obviously you do. Everybody notices it, because it's
Kalina's
hard
gonna
to not
book
see it.
towards the tree.
All right. Kalina. Let me look at your character sheet.
Oh boy.
She's good at Astreus, okay?
Roll for athletics, please.
Athletics? Oh,
Yes.
dear.
I know you have a -2.
Okay, I have a -2 on athletics, but I'm gonna try, okay? I'm gonna fucking try.
Wait, so you're running out of the holy ground to the tree to try and grab Astreus?
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I follow?
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, Kalina, no
Cause she just
shit.
like,
Also make
no.
an athletics to see if you catch up with her.
See, I can do that. I can really fucking do that.
Helena, what did you get again?
That's my strength.
Come on. I still haven't rolled yet. I've just been
Oh.
like shaking the dice in my hand. Like I'm listening to the Hollow Knight OST right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soul Sanctum and the boss part just came up.
Oh,
And
that
I'm
is a
like,
good
"Oh."
one. That is a good one.
Please roll.
Total of 15.
I have a pog face right now.
Did you get a 20?
I got a nat 20, but like I have a
Alright.
-2, so it would be
So-
18.
You got 18.
I
and
have
then,
a +7 in athletics.
What was your roll again, Takeok?
Total of 15.
Alright. So, Kalina, you make it to the tree. And now you just have to find where the snail is. You can see Astreus. You just gotta find where the actual snail is to pick it up.
Okay, so would that be like perception?
Investigation.
Investigation again? Okay.
Tagok, you are able to very easily catch up with Kalina and make it to the tree and sort of defend her while she is searching for Astreus's
Alright, investigation, come on.
physical form.
Wouldn't it be funny if Polina were to like trip and fall and accidentally throw the snail on Takeoff?
Oh no!
No, I think it would be funnier if Astreus, not really knowing that Tegak is afraid of snails, just like saw her and is like, I'm a fucking land on her so that we can go, and she fucking
Oh,
bolts.
Ah, but the snail is still
Yeah.
stuck. It's stuck to her armor and she doesn't notice.
It's
But
like
yeah, I got a
when
total
the
of
person
16.
running away
16?
from the bee that isn't there.
16 or 6?
16.
Alright. So, Kalina, you see, about halfway up the main trunk of the tree, about a foot or so over your head, you see that there is, a little hollow, a knot in the dead wood of the tree, and you see the little snail, as it has recessed, its body has recessed into its shell. You see the pale white shell sitting in the little hollow.
Yeah, Kalina, she's just gonna yoink him. Just grab him.
Yoink.
And then she says to Tagok, I've got him, let's go.
Tagok, like, fucking, like, grabs Kalina's shoulder and just fucking runs.
Grab her.
Just fucking run.
All right. As you are running, Kalina, you look down briefly and see that there are just the very hints of the smoke, like rolling up against your ankles as you're running.
No.
It's not doing anything, but they're coming.
Oh no. Do we need to make another, like, check or anything?
Yes, I'm going to need both of you to make a
Okay.
dexterity saving throw.
Okay,
Me?
Alright,
Kalina, like,
dex
can Kalina
save.
do something first before, anything?
Yes, you may.
Kalina, she's just going to, grab Tagok's hand and, shove Astraeus, the snail, into the hand. He's in the shell!
It's just the snail shell. It's fully
it's just
like
the shell.
Okay.
just the shell.
That's better.
But yeah,
Like,
Kalina,
I love
she-
snails. I personally love snails, but Tagok does not.
Kalina,
Just
she
clarifying that.
Yeah, Kalina, she just says, hold on to him tight.
Well, can I also do a thing before I roll for dex save?
Yes, you may.
Are you just gonna chuck him?
No,
Uh,
I'm gonna hold on to the shell, but I'm gonna grab you and fucking chuck you towards the gate.
Tagok just grabs your arm. So you are going to have to, before you make the dex, you're going to
Mhm.
have to make you're gonna have to make an athletics roll for
Alright.
chucking her, for yanking her.
Take a roll, like, see if, like, I actually, like, respond in time.
She's basically just sort of and what she
I'm
does.
mostly saying that because, like, have you ever had, like, I'm mostly saying this because, like,
Here.
I've, like, had someone,
I
like,
have a
try to
perfect
shove me
gift for
ahead of
this.
them as we've been running.
It's gonna fall into your dex thing as well, Selena.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
So, like, it's
Tagok.
mostly just, like, cause, like, if you have someone, like, behind you, like, shove you when you're running, like, it's easy to just, like, fall and flat on your face.
It's not exactly
Total-
shoving. It's more like she is grabbing your arm and, like, pulling you and sort of launching you forward.
Again, easy to fall on your face.
Yes. But
So
Tagok,
dex
Total of
saving throw-
15 again.
Alright. So, Tagok, you grab Kalina squarely by the arm and sort of pull her forward and then sort of just launch her towards the gate. Kalina and Tagok, of course, you both need to make a dexterity saving throw as well.
Woo!
Okay. Alright, come on, dice. You've done good for me now. Come on. Oh. Oh no.
Total of 12.
I got a nat 1.
Oh, honey.
And
Oh,
do you have
no.
any bonuses?
I have a +1, so it's 2.
Plus 2. Alright. Kalina, you make it a couple, like, steps after being pushed forward by Tagok. but
Okay, I wish I found
she
the.
quickly surpasses you with her speed. And given that you also wear heels, you trip on some of the stones on the ground,
Oh no.
which sends you tumbling forward into a somersault.
Oh. My face, my pretty face.
Oh.
And you tumble into the gate.
Oh, like face first.
Well, more like, sort of like back up against it, feet like legs splayed out,
Oh
Oh.
no.
head on the ground.
This is
no.
what I'm imagining right now. It's a
Yes,
it's a gift.
that
It's,
is
it's not wanting
exact-
to load.
Yes,
You'll know what I'm talking about.
I do know exactly what you're talking about. Star Platinum throwing Iggy.
Yeah.
And that is what
I couldn't-
Tagok does.
Yeet.
Right, yeah, you're gonna have to open it because Discord wants to be a bitch.
Yeah, Discord be bitch. But I know what it is.
No.
Tagok, you managed to make it to the gate. And as you are pulling it open, Kalina slams into the gate, shutting it again.
Oh.
And scaring the shit out of you.
Okay.
No holding on to
Do
this.
I see Sarzoth on like the inside of the gate?
Yes. Sarzoth is like just sort of standing there like, what the fuck? Just like,
Okay. And how close is the fog to us?
it's about 10 feet behind you
Shit.
Okay.
as of now.
So I'm gonna like I'm gonna fucking like lightly toss Astraeus to Sarzoth. Just like neat, just like throw him over the gate. And then try and like open the gate, get Kalina in sort of thing.
All right.
Hit
So-
my head on the gate, so
Yeah.
hopefully.
So, Tagok, to help Kalina up, I am going to need you to make a strength roll. Just base strength. Please.
Me?
Okie dokie.
No,
No.
Tagok.
Oh! Dirty 20.
I
I rolled a 17.
All right. Tagok, in a rush of adrenaline, you basically flip Kalina right side up, yank her up, and sort of wedge her into the gate as you open it. Just like, get the fuck in there. Not even waiting until the gate is fully open to get her in.
Yep.
And then you very quickly pull yourself. Begin pulling yourself in. That is when you feel a hand close around your wrist.
Oh no.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have Astraeus on me right now.
Yes, Astraeus is on your person now. You have the baby
Alright,
boy.
I'm gonna. Alright. For dramatic effect, I'm gonna DM you so that no one else hears what I'm saying.
Okay.
Eros.
But Tagok,
Mm-hmm.
do you want to turn around?
Yep.
Right.
Who's the siren that you see?
Who is it?
Tagok, you turn around and you see a hazy pink vision of Azuli.
Oh.
And you just barely notice that over her shoulder is another figure you recognize. Cry. The knight.
Not one, but two lesbians into you, and you still didn't pick it up.
So I'm fucking dumb.
Did my message send through to you, Audrey?
It's no, it hasn't.
That's because Discord hates me. I'll send it in mobile.
All right.
Hell yeah. And the answer, of course, is hell yeah.
All right.
Straight.
I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do the thing.
Yes! That's perfect.
Okay.
Oh boy.
What was that sound effect?
That is
Every-
Zawaruto.
Everything is frozen. I can
Time
move.
time is frozen for 10 seconds, correct? Or is it
10,
5?
10 feet around me. It's
Okay.
10 feet around me.
So 10 feet around you.
Yeah.
Everything is
I
frozen.
think I put down like 2 minutes was the time.
Yes.
Although the more it goes on, like I feel strenuous on my body,
Yes.
essentially.
Mhm.
All right.
Time is frozen.
Sarzoth, being Sarzoth, decides, hey, we need to get out of here. So one by one, he grabs everyone and drags them away from the mist and away from the danger. Essentially, he's like grabbing you by the arm and just dragging you on the ground.
Yes. You are frozen and sort of stiff in your position. So he can just sort of like pull you about.
Move you. Yeah. And he gets most of the party. Hold on. Where is everyone right now? Like, who is the farthest from me?
So basically everybody came and followed back to the back gate. So everybody's sort of clustered together.
Okay. All right. So I have enough time for this. Okay.
Also,
So
no Jade, it is
I
not in 10
essentially,
seconds.
yeah, I essentially get like everyone significantly farther away from the danger than they
Shit, I messed
already
up
were.
the thing.
All right.
I messed up the thing.
And
The whole
then
thing.
at this point, Sarzoth is severely out of breath and actually like having sharp pains across his body because this has been like a good minute and a half he's been doing this.
Yeah.
He releases it, and everyone just kind of like, from what you guys know, you just teleported.
Yeah. In an instant, you are all back inside of the cathedral. And it's very confusing for the people inside and, well, all of you. Kagok, it's particularly a little spooky for you because 1 second you were staring at a siren who had disguised herself as Azuli, and the next you were inside the cathedral again.
Sarzoth there with us?
Yes, Sarzoth is
Yes.
there.
Also, please tell me he closed the fucking gates.
Of course he did. He's incredibly out of breath, and like it's difficult for him to move right now. I
Sarzoth,
should mention
yeah.
that.
You're kind of doubled over a little bit, using one of the pews to support yourself. It is very
For now on, I'll start rolling for a disadvantage.
Yes.
Does Kalina take notice of this?
Yes, you can all very easily see that Sarzoth is looking noticeably worse. Heavy breathing, sweating quite a bit, not able to keep himself upright.
Kalina, she immediately goes over to him and helps him sit down in one of the pews. She says, "All right, just sit down. You'll be all right. Just stay here."
Yeah. Glad to God if you go back out there, I'm gonna be so pissed.
I'm not going back out there.
Okay, because I just fucking wasted so much energy getting you guys in here.
Did you lock the gate?
Yes.
Good. And Kalina, she like goes to put a hand on like on the side of his face, but then she realizes, oh no, my burn.
You kind of use the back of your hand to do the sort of same motion.
Yeah. But yeah, she just says, "You did very well out there. You saved our lives. Thank you."
Yeah. I'm gonna take a nap now.
Yes, yes, you do that. You deserve it. Is Astraeus all right?
Yeah, he's fine. Probably just as tired as I am, but he's gonna be alright.
All right.
Sarzoth, you feel Astraeus gently rest his hand on your shoulder, and you can hear him. He's breathing a little heavily too.
Yeah, if anything, he's more tired than I am because he's the one actually casting the magic.
Yeah, he's the one holding time.
Yeah.
What does my hand look like? The one that got grabbed.
So you notice that like your arm feels a bit weird, and you look down and you see that your bracer has been deformed in the same way that the metal
Oh,
of the gate
shit.
has. It has an obvious imprint of a hand on it, as it has melted slightly and is now sort of like pressing against your skin more so.
Oh damn.
It did not touch your skin, but it messed up your bracer, and you can feel it.
Yeah.
I need to get that fixed at some point.
Hammer it out. It'll hammer
Uh,
out.
God, imagine
Yeah,
the blacksmith just seeing that, just like, what the fuck happened?
Sirens.
Yeah, Tigak just kind of stands there and looks at it. I mean, she did just teleport, essentially, from a very confusing situation to another very confusing situation.
She's very confused. If you hadn't gathered that.
Yeah.
She's in a
Well,
very confusing
Given
situation.
Kalina is quite smart, and she does, to an extent, understand Sarzoth's abilities, would she be able to, like, explain that to Tagok, Eros?
Most likely.
That's
Like
up to you, Kalina.
Yeah, like explain like how the siren like was
Yeah.
able
Yeah.
to do that.
Well, no.
How
Specifically,
Sarzoth was able
how
to do
you-
that thing.
Oh.
What the fuck Sarzoth just did. Why are we
Okay.
inside when we were just
Yeah,
outside?
why are we inside?
Yeah.
Did I black out?
Am I dead?
Am I
Am I
dead?
dead?
Yeah, I have an intelligence of +0.
Bless her
It's
heart.
my
Plus
lowest
0.
stat.
Bless her
My
heart.
intelligence is 11.
Yeah.
My lowest stat is +1.
Yeah, that's my wisdom.
But
Alright.
yeah, Kalina, she looks to Tagok and says, Sazoth just used his called time magic, sort of. I don't know how to explain it well, but the point is he was able to freeze time with the help of Astraeus and get us out, but as a result, he is extremely worn down by using that much magic for that amount of time.
Tigak's still standing there, and she goes, "Yeah, I get that. Did the thing back when we were melting that other guy.
Melton marshmallow.
And Tegak looks down at the handprint and she just goes, "It's that I don't understand."
I have a question, Eris.
Yes.
So obviously rolling with disadvantage and maybe like even lowering my health a little bit. Could I try and use revert on Tagok's hand?
It's not her hand, it's just the armor on her
Okay.
like forearm. No part of her is damaged, it's just her armor that got a little scuffed.
Got it. Alright.
Wait, I just realized I have mending as a spell.
She's just very confused about Azuli. Azuli.
Yeah.
She's more confused by
Yeah.
the who.
Yeah.
Not
But,
the what or the when.
Kalina, you see that Tagok's looking at her arm, and you're immediately a little bit worried, and you see that there is a, like, very large, like, print of, like, the hand that wrapped around her wrist. Ow.
Helena, she says, "Oh dear, are you all right?"
Mm-hmm. Didn't get me.
Well, that's good. And Kalina, she gently takes Tagok's arm and just says, "May I?"
Tegak nods.
And Kalina, she uses a something that she's been working on. Like, it's not quite like she's been trying to work on a healing spell, but it hasn't worked. But she's been able to get mending down.
Woo!
Yeah, so she uses
Ursa
that.
technically does have a healing spell, but
If
But
we're
he's kinda
gonna
out of
get
commission
really
right now.
technical.
yeah, he's a little out of commission.
Yeah. He's just passed the
He's a
fuck
little
out.
occupied.
Freya
Yeah.
has climbed up and is resting their head like a dog on your lap, Sarsoth.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Freya, good
Kalina,
baby.
she casts mending on Tagok's bracer to hopefully get it all flattened out and to its proper shape.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rub, like, do your little hand over it, do your little thing,
Yeah.
and hear the metal of it, the brass, creaking as it puts itself back into shape. He's fixed.
Yay.
He's
Woo!
fixed.
Kalina, she
champ.
smiles and just says, "There we are." Honestly, been wanting to use this for a while. Just haven't had the need. I've been practicing more spells outside of any of the light magic that I have. I've at least managed to get a simple cantrip down.
Tegak just nods and goes, "Mm-hmm."
Kalina, she can still sense that Tagok is off and just says, "Are you sure you're all right?"
Tegak kind of clears her throat and just goes, "Yeah. Yeah."
Can Kalina do an insight check?
Yes.
All right.
Do I have to roll for deception?
No. You're
Yeah,
not really
total
aware
17.
that she's trying to read you.
Yeah.
Total of 17.
All
I
right,
just realized
so
this entire session has turned into Sarzoth's shenanigans.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
Sarzoth's bizarre adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll credits.
Roll
there
credit.
still- Is there still the group of old people in the?
Yes.
They're
They-
still there.
They are like currently they're grouped together and whispering to one another right now, but you've not really taken notice to that.
Yeah. I just
Um,
find
Not
it
paying
funny.
attention at all.
Also, Leonia is out, and he's like, "What the
Oh,
fuck's going
yeah.
on?" He's awake.
Yes,
He's
Oh, yeah.
the
He's
fuck,
also here.
the fuck are y'all doing out here? But
Oh fuck.
Kalina, you do get the sense that Tagok is, troubled, and she doesn't want to talk about it. Like she's trying not to bring attention to it.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Kalina.
What the No, sorry. We just had like really bad thunder that literally shook my entire house. Okay, sorry.
Kalina. She, like, kind of leans in closer to Tagok and lowers her voice. Did you see someone? Who did you see?
And she just goes, I know who it was. I just don't know why.
Given Kalina's thoughts about who she saw last session, Kalina can understand.
Okay, who did Kalina see last session again?
Kane.
She saw Kane.
Ah, right. I couldn't remember if it was Tobias again or not.
Yeah, no, it was Kane.
That would have been worse.
That would have
Honestly,
been so much worse.
I think she would have just fucking perished.
Yeah, she would have cried. Like, the siren is just
Jeez.
like, yeah, I gotta
I'm gonna
upgrade
traumatize this bitch.
Siren becomes uncomfortable. That was supposed to happen.
It's the first day of being out in the field. And then
You're
that happens.
You're
and the
supposed to
other
make them
sirens
fall in love with you, not cry. What are you doing?
Maybe they're crying.
I
Maybe they're
don't
tears of joy. Does she look happy to you? No.
Like,
No.
but why? This should be the one. This should be the one. And then Kalina just says, I know you're not him. He's dead. And it's just the other
And
side
they're like,
is
oh.
like,
They're just like,
Ah.
yeah.
Oh, my bad.
And they're like, that vine is like, way to go, Paul.
Way to go, Paul.
oh god.
But yeah, Kalina, she senses Tagok's like confusion and just says, I understand that too. Who I saw yesterday really confused me as well. Don't know why.
I don't know what to say, man.
You could always
I'm
say
just-
who you saw, because currently nobody knows.
Yeah.
You could always talk about it. Talk about your
Yeah.
feelings.
Go talk about your feelings.
That's funny. That's
I know,
funny.
Tagok, would you like to talk about your feelings? Fuck no.
I
She's
do.
talked about her feelings like maybe twice. Like seriously talked.
Yeah.
Maybe
She
twice in this
generally
entire
fights her
campaign.
emotions.
One was in the mausoleum with Clement and that whole situation. And then the other time, like seriously talking about something, was when she revealed her past to Kalina.
Yeah.
I think that
So-
Tagok generally likes to fight their emotions, not talk about
Yeah.
So she does.
I literally have written in my notebook, like 20 something sessions ago, beat your problems into submission, all surrounded by flowers. Yeah. So. Sorry, folks. She ain't saying anything.
Badge.
Kalina, she just pats Tegak's shoulder and forgets about her burn, and she just kind of hisses in pain and like yeah, reels her hand away. But before too long, maybe after like a second, she just says, "Why don't we get some rest now? Maybe have something to eat."
Get your hand fixed.
I will. How the old folks do?
They're kind of congregating near the front of the cathedral, like over to like the left side of the altar. They're standing in a circle, sort of discussing. And the older man who had initially approached Anastasius seems to be leading the conversation. And it seems that he's like the leader amongst them as he's trying to sort of figure out a solution to what's going on. If you want, you can listen into their conversation.
Yeah,
would like
that sounds very good and distracting to my emotions right now.
Yes. So,
Perception?
yes, roll for perception.
May I roll as well?
Yes, anybody who wants to.
Ooh. Total of 17.
Yeah, honey.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to quick turn my fan on.
Okay.
You said you got a 20, Selena?
Yeah, nat 20. Total of 22,
Okay.
technically, but
Oh,
nat
for
20.
me.
Anastasius,
Get back.
you hear the
Okay.
man, one of the older men, ask the leader, "How are we going to get out of here? The sirens surround us on all sides. We have no backup. We're not fast enough or strong enough to overtake them." All of you hear that, but that's all that Anastasius hears.
God damn it.
Because you're a
He
little
said
farther
that
away.
bad.
And also, you're fucking tired, bro.
And he's a bit higher up as well.
Mm-hmm. Got that distance.
Yeah, so much distance, man.
But, Tegak and Kalina, you are a little bit closer to them as you're, you have Sarzoth sitting in one of the front pews. And you're kind of near him. You hear the older man, the leader, say, I'm gonna try to do a voice.
Okay.
Don't judge me. I am not an old man. And I don't want to hear anything from the fucking peanut gallery about that. I know what you're thinking.
I didn't say anything.
You don't even have to say anything. I knew. I know. He leans on his staff a little bit and he says, "It is obvious that what we must do is ring the old bell tower. We must call the knights of Atria forth, and they will lend us their aid." And all of the other elders sort of nod and murmur in agreement, like, "Ah, yes, of course. You know exactly what to do."
Gonna drop something.
Also, kudos on the voice.
I was really trying to do a Deckard Cain.
Stay a while and listen.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
I really liked
That's
it.
Deckard Cain, isn't
Stay
it?
a while and
It was
listen.
good.
Almost as if Sarzov isn't the only person who has thrown a baby siren. Oh man, that is some loud silence.
Technically, Kalina
Sorry,
didn't
I'm-
throw it.
She set
I'm-
it on the ground.
I'm
No,
I'm
me.
taking
Talking about
notes.
Sarzov.
Yeah. I think we may have misheard your initial sentence, is what
I think
happened.
Oh.
I think we
Oh, okay.
misheard it.
Okay.
We're
yeah,
a little deaf and stupid.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, Kalina, she like she hears this, right?
Yes, you do.
And she looks over at them and just says, "Pardon me for interrupting, but you said there was a bell tower?"
The old man nods as he shuffles towards you a little bit, and the others sort of part the way for him, moving aside.
Approach the tall lady.
Yes. Shuffle, shuffle. And he says, "Yes, it was once used to call forth the people for mass, but since this place has long been abandoned, now its only use is to call forth the knights. The Royal Knights of Atria."
I love the Deckard Cain voice so much. I want you to know that.
I'm not doing a very good job.
You're doing great, sweetie.
You're doing great. Does it sound exactly like Deckard Cain? No.
But also, it's he can't no one can replicate Deckard Cain.
Yeah,
It's Deckard
It's
Cain.
Deckard Cain. That's like trying to replicate Morgan Freeman.
A decent amount of people can do Morgan Freeman impressions. I just can't
just
do
like,
Deckard Cain.
Gosh.
But
Take
yeah,
the
Kalina,
compliment.
she nods and says, "Well, we all sort of got you into this mess. Allow us to fix it. Gather reinforcements."
He smiles and he says, "Do not feel bad for what has happened. After all, we all can use a little bit of adventure, especially in our old age." And he chuckles a little bit.
Kalina, she chuckles and nods. "Well, I suppose so." And she instinctively holds out a hand and just says, "Kalina Brightwood, at your service." She doesn't even really think about She's still not thinking about the burns on her hands. It's so instinctual for her to just, like...
There it is. I found it.
He chuckles a little bit and nods his head towards your hand and says, "You really shouldn't be irritating those wounds any further." And you can see like a little twinkle in his eye.
Yeah, Kalina, like, she looks at her hand and then blinks. She's like, "Even though it just happened, I still keep forgetting about it." And she just, like, kind of just kind of mutters to herself, frustrated. New challenge, how long can Kalina go without formally introducing herself?
Yeah. But the old man bows a little bit and then says, I am Harold Conaway, an old adventurer of yesteryear, but now a scholar.
I see, I see. Well, pleasure to meet you. I just wish you were under better circumstances, as it were.
Any circumstance is a good circumstance, as long as you're not dead.
Well, that is true. We've made it this far. And she kind of looks back towards her group as she says that.
Thumbs up.
What?
I just said thumbs up.
Oh. Okay.
I
Okay.
can't stop doing the Sonic thumbs up thing because I'm stupid.
That's okay.
That's very funny.
While you were sort of talking, one of the elders had been directing the guards that Dusk, what the fuck was that? That Dusk had in his company to the bell tower.
To the bell tower!
And suddenly you all hear the sound of the church bells as they ring out and resonate through the old cathedral. And it's so old and, worn down that it causes the old building to resonate and, shake a little dust down from the rafters.
Oh.
And it rains down upon your heads.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Should any of us roll to
Damn
see
it.
if we sneeze?
Am I standing
Oh no,
close
it's
to
Pagok.
people?
Oh no.
Oh no.
She got fucking dust allergies, mate.
Tegok, roll
Roll fire.
Constitution saving throw.
Do I for myself or for
Yeah,
other people?
For yourself first. To see if you sneeze.
Okay. Con save.
And then
Should be
Kalina
pretty good.
is gonna have to roll if you sneeze.
Okay.
Total of 18.
Alright, so you do not
I have a
manage to sneeze, but you kind of like reel back like you're gonna sneeze, and everybody sees it, and Kalina's like, oh no. Ah, shit. And she sort
got a
of
total of
pulls
5.
away.
that 2 seconds where your life flashes.
Yeah.
Oh, yup.
But, Tegok, you kind of, like, do the whole about to sneeze, and then it goes away. Thoroughly scaring the
Yeah.
shit out of Kalina, who knows your
But yeah,
whole-
I
whole
rolled a
deal.
5.
Yep. It doesn't matter because she does not sneeze.
Yeah. I have a +7 in con saves, bitch.
Yay.
Let's go.
She manages to not sneeze this time.
But when you
Congratulations.
Congrats, you survive another day without more burns.
Yay.
Yay!
As you're all kind of standing there, you hear the front door of the cathedral open, turn around, and you see that Leonia is opening the door, and it's just sort of standing in the doorway
Oh.
like a Midwestern dad looking at a tornado.
Yup. Mm-hmm.
It's not just Midwestern dads that do that, it's just Midwestern people.
Midwestern A Widmester? Yeah, a Widmester.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Windmaster.
Fuck it, we
Windmaster.
ball.
Windmaster.
Windmaster.
Fuck it, we ball.
Windmaster.
He's kind of like tucked one of his hands into you know, like the side of his tunic thing,
Yeah.
like the belt. You know when
Mhm.
you know when dads tuck their hand into the fucking
Yup. Uh-huh.
into their belt
Yup.
or like
Yep.
the waistband of their pants.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Very much
It
that.
feels very gendered to do that sometimes,
Yeah.
you know?
Uh-huh. And he's got like one hand on the
Gender.
door,
Yep.
just sort of standing there looking out. And beyond the door, you can see like the front gate and, you know, outside. And you can hear the sound of the sirens laughing and, you know, making sounds just outside the gate.
Yeah.
And Leonie is just watching them.
Yeah. I mean, hey, he's been in a coma for who knows how long.
Yeah.
He had the worst trip ever for months. So he's looking at all the things that he can find.
It's the K-hole. But yeah, he's just watching. No effect on him whatsoever.
Yep.
He's just watching.
Yeah, he's
Just
just watching
watching.
them.
He's too
Of
angry
course.
to feel sexual attraction.
Oh my god, like my bearded dragon.
Yes.
Girl. That's literally Taeyang.
They would be best friends. Too angry to give a fuck about sexuality.
To give a fuck about fucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that down in my notes for science
Yeah.
purposes.
Yes.
Science purposes.
Yes,
Science.
science purposes.
Scroll it down.
Science rules.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Bill.
Bill.
It's like the sleeper agent in us awoke.
Yeah. Hey, come on, it's Bill Nye.
Hey, it's one of the few good things that came out of the American education system.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That and Slope Dude. Or Slope Guy. Did you ever have Did you
Yes!
have to watch that fucking
Yes!
video? Slope
think
Dude?
so.
Slope dude!
Slope Dude?
I don't think I
Fucking
ever
slope
watched that.
dude!
Yeah. It was a YouTube video about slopes, like, you know, math.
About how to teach triangles to kids.
Yeah.
Fucking slope dude.
Slope Dude. Slope Dude. I'll have to find that video and then link it somewhere for y'all who do not
It's
know
a good
about
one.
Slope Dude.
Slope dude.
Oh, American education system, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
What the fuck
geez.
has been going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kalina, she, sees, Leonia just looking out and watching. And she asks, that gate will hold, right?
He turns his head slightly and says, even if it does not, as soon as they step foot upon this holy ground, their flesh will begin to burn. And don't worry. That fallen flesh will not be able to reproduce upon this ground.
Lena, she does sigh in relief. And, looks at her hands. I would hope so.
Talina, have you like stayed in place, or did you like walk up to Leonia by chance?
I walked up to him, sorry, I
Okay.
forgot to.
So he sort of turns and looks down at you and sees you looking at your hands. And he sort of kneels down on the ground next to you.
Oh yeah, he's that tall.
Yeah, he's big tall. And he holds out one of his hands. Just like, give me your hands. Give me your hands.
Kalina, she holds out one of her hands.
You put, he grabs your hand very gently, and then the other one. His hands are so big that you can rest both of your hands on his.
Oh my
Like-
god.
Fully.
Oh my god.
And then he gently lays his other hand on top of yours. And you feel a gentle heat envelop your hands. Like you're holding your hands like out close to a fire. Sort of a
Oh.
feeling.
Okay.
It's a comforting warmth. Somebody, aka my mother, is banging around in the other room.
Oh,
What's going on,
Miss
Holly?
Holly.
What's going on over there, Holly? But
Miss Holly.
Miss Holly.
good golly, Miss- um, but after a few moments, he lifts his hand up and like looks underneath of it, and then pulls his hand away, and your hand has been healed, though it does leave some scarring on your hands.
Oh,
The
no.
skin on your hands is not as it used to be. It's got sort of this swirly discoloration to it.
Ugh.
You just got patterned palms now.
Okay.
Texture.
Extra.
Texture.
But yeah, Kalina, she sees this happen and just says, "Oh, oh wow. How did you?"
There is a lot that I'm capable of that most people don't care to find out.
Well, that's a shame. This is quite impressive, actually. Though she looks at the scars in her hands and just says, "Fuck, I forgot my thought. No."
Gun.
I mean, hey, for like me having a migraine right now, like
Yeah.
You're doing pretty good.
yeah, which honestly has kind of died down ever since we started doing this. Friend time is the best medicine.
Aha.
Yeah. Apparently.
But yeah, Kalina, like when she looks down at her hands, just says, "Fuck no, ah."
It can't be helped.
She's looking down at her hands that now have texture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's got stuff on her hands.
but yeah, like she looks down at her hands and kind of runs her thumbs over her palms, and she says, "I do feel quite idiotic for doing something so rash, picking up that infant siren like that."
He just kind of shrugs and he says, "Impulsivity is in mortal nature."
So I also have a soft spot for infants and babies as well, no matter the species, I suppose.
He hums a little bit, nods, and says, Maternal instinct.
Thank you, Leonia.
He smiles very slightly, like just the corners of his mouth sort of tilt upwards.
Yeah.
It's the most expression he's shown.
Oh my god.
He usually just has like a very straight face.
Yeah.
But he smiles a little bit and says, "No worries."
Kalina, she then looks back out to see if she can see any of the knights rolling in. Probably isn't gonna be for a while, but she's gonna check anyway.
Yeah. Mostly, when you look out, you can just see the sirens sort of pacing back and forth. You know, occasionally rattling the bars of
Yeah.
the fence. And occasionally you like catch glimpses of them trying to take form. You see a quick flash of one shifting into Cain and then
Again?
disappearing again. You see one that flashes and becomes Farron. Remember him? Remember Farron?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Woo!
You see various other men that in the past you had had crushes on from long ago. But they only ever appear for a second or two at a time before going back into nothingness.
Lena, she just kind of shakes her head at all this because she's still really confused. Because, like, yeah, the other, like, everyone else is understandable. But what the fuck, Kane?
Leona sees you looking out at the sirens, and he says, "I do not understand these creatures. What purpose do they serve?"
Kalina, she, kind of clears her throat and she's kind of caught off guard a bit. Well, sirens, they try to lure people in by taking the form of either a potential romantic interest or someone that you trust, put a lot of trust in. And they lure you in and then they, well, they kill you.
Mm.
Is he so arrow ace that
He tilts
just-
his head, and he's just like looking out at him. He tilts his head.
he's
and
just like, what the fuck?
says, "How strange. They do not seem to have any form of a familiar face to me."
Kalina, she blinks and looks up at him. Really? Not even one?
No. They remain
Hel-
formless.
Kalina, she just looks back out at the sirens and she just kind of mutters, lucky.
Oh, I'm assuming Anastasia is around this area listening.
Yeah. You're very aware of, like, you know, The door's open. You can hear the sirens laughing. Kalina and Leonia are standing at the door like a couple of Midwesterners.
Okay, so Anastasius kind of like replies to the priest person. I forgot his name already, but
Harold.
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 I reply to Harold. Harmless. This is last night or yesterday or whatever.
Wait a minute. You said the priest. I thought you were talking about Deckard guy. You were talking about Leonia? The god? Oh my god. I only said his name like 5 times in the past 5 minutes.
Damn.
Leonia.
I wasn't.
Leonia.
Leonia.
His name
He's
is
not
Leonia.
best with names.
Listen, I'm sorry, okay?
We're all a bit scuffed, man. We're all a bit scuffed. Leonia.
It's been a
is his
long
name.
day.
It's okay. Leonia. It's Leonia.
Okay,
Apologies, I misunderstood.
So Anastasius looks at Leonia and says, I'm gonna say, last night, this group of bitches, like, referring to...
Wait for the sirens.
He has these bitches who turned into fucking mac and cheese. How dare they weaponize my love of mac and cheese on me?
Yeah.
Like on the brink of tears.
Last night, it was just very nice looking motherly women holding big pots of mac.
Not even motherly women, just pots of mac and cheese.
Damn.
They are taunting you with mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese just beyond the gate. So close.
You point out
So
at them and look briefly, and you see more mac and cheese.
Oh my god.
And it flips the sirens off before looking back at the priest.
Fuck you.
Hey.
Fuck
Oh,
you.
anywho.
Told you it was mac and cheese.
Well, anywho, point being, I know what you mean by saying that they don't have. Say, yeah, like, but, yeah, like he says, I get what you mean by not saying like a person.
He
is,
like
starts off
acknowledges.
his day, right?
Yeah.
Is he conscious? Okay.
Starts off, you're kind of like just waking up a little bit. You feel Freya purring on your lap, and you're like absent-mindedly stroking their head, just like, kitty. Kitty.
Sarazov kind of like interrupts a little. He's like, yeah, well, most of us don't really have much self-control.
Delirious ramblings of a madman.
Yeah, pretty much.
Of a tired child.
Tired teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Sleepy. He's gonna take his midterms.
Dear. But yeah, Kalina, she then steps away from the door and she says, I'm going to maybe read a book or something. Something to pass the time before the nights get here.
He sort of grunts in response and then says, it should not be too much longer now. And then he just proceeds to sort of like stand in the middle of the doorway, cross his arms.
Yup. That is a Midwestern dad.
He is a dad who has never fucked.
Exactly. God, I hate that this thought has crossed my mind, but like, God, my dad canonically fucked. Ew. I hate that. The silence that followed. Just
I was laughing.
Yeah.
Did you not hear my screeching laughter?
no.
Maybe it was
No.
too high of a pitch to pick up on the mic.
I think it was
It
too high of
probably
a pitch.
was.
But like I
Yeah.
was doing the squeaky laugh.
Yeah,
That's what
that
was
might have been-
happening. I was
Okay.
laughing.
But yeah,
No
God,
silence, just laughy.
I hate that. I hate my dad had fucked at least twice.
At least twice.
One for me,
At
one for
least
my brother.
twice.
Hmm.
I mean, some people, they need multiple attempts.
Let's not talk about.
Let's not talk about.
let's
Let's
not
not talk about my father in this light.
Let's not talk
anymore.
about dad sex.
Ugh.
Oh no, I thought of something terrible. It's a quote from Thing, but I'm not gonna say it because you're gonna cry. You're gonna cry in just disgust.
Anyway, yeah, Kalina, she goes over and like get to wherever like her stuff is, and I think she's actually gonna grab a journal out instead. Like, at first she reaches for a book, but then she grabs like a journal and pulls out her pen and just starts writing her thoughts down.
Dear
Because-
diary, my emotions.
Because she's just really confused right now and kind of needs to vent.
Dear diary, I'm having a lot of fucking feelings.
It's like, what the fuck? I honestly do find it funny that Tobias wasn't in there.
Yeah.
In the faces that you saw. Otherwise, we would have had in the distance. Way to go, Paul.
Way to go, Paul.
Right now she's crying because of trauma, not because of love. Yeah, I'm just making a funny.
Funny haha.
Seeming to-
Funny ha-has.
Funny haha. Currently, everybody's just sort of like absent-mindedly waiting around, like, when the fuck are the knights gonna get here?
Very piano.
There's a very old organ, you know, like the church organ. It's dusty as
Okay.
fuck.
Why do I attempt to make an performance check to like we could have Anastasius play a meme song like Rush E or some other like song? No, I shouldn't.
Your fingers are too big for the keys.
Yeah.
You try to press one
Oh,
key and it presses
no.
two.
Oh no. Oh
What?
no. I just had like 3 stacks of iron ore, and I kind of forgot you can fortune it now, so I just
Sad.
let's move on.
Rest
cry
in
about it
peace,
later.
Iron. Anyways, you're waiting around. It's probably about 20 or so minutes since the bell has been rung. And over the very faint sounds of the sirens laughing outside, you hear the thundering of horse hooves.
Ooh.
and Mr. Conaway, our lovely Deckard copycat, he looks up and he says, "The knights, they're here." You hear a horse neigh, like, you know, as like rear up and
Yeah.
horse sounds. Horse sounds.
Sounds. These are the
Horse.
sounds of horses.
Horse sounds. Grape,
Grape,
grape, grape.
grape, grape. Just imagine like the knight's horses, like they just hear from the inside, just loud
grape,
grape,
grape.
grape, 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 and then the other is shut the fuck up.
God damn it. Yeah, but you hear the horses, and then you hear the voices of men. And then you also hear the sounds of their weapons hitting things. You know, stabbing, bonking.
Stab,
Stabbing.
Stabbing.
Dancing.
Bonking.
Rearranging furniture.
Arrows.
Yes.
So, general question: is there like any specific like religious like necklace thing that Leonia is wearing?
What?
Like, you know how within some religious like practices they have like a cross or
Yeah, a religious symbol.
yeah. What is there? What is like Leonias's if he has one?
Well, Leonia's is like it's mostly just color association, but of course red. But why you gotta ask me this? I don't have this prepared, bitch. Why you gotta ask me?
Damn.
Because, like I said earlier, making a funny haha comic from something earlier in the session.
Okay. Fine. I'll draw you up something and message it you later.
It's not needed. I'm doing like the pride, like the progressive pride flag.
Leonia pride flag. But you all can hear like the sounds of fighting outside, and you hear the sirens like screaming
Yeah.
as they're being attacked, and you can see the mist pulling away as you see the very, very big knights upon their steeds ride up. Like, they are big as fuck. They're not quite as tall as Leonia, but they're taller than Anastasia's.
Oh damn.
Hey, they're taller than Anastasia's. Really?
Mm-hmm. So
Anastasius feels intimidated.
Leonia's taller than you, but the knights are taller than you as well, but smaller than Leonia. But their helmets make them look taller than Leonia. The tops of their helmets actually look like church spires, like
Oh my god.
steeples. And they're like very intricately carved out of silver and gold plated. They are entirely clad from head to toe. Nothing of them is showing. It is all metal. Full armor. Even their faces. their faces are actually false faces molded onto the front of their helmets. And the steeds they're riding almost look like they're fully metal as well, as they are so heavily armored.
Hell yeah.
They wield giant spears, maces, swords that, if you were to wield them, they'd be, bigger than you. But to them, they just look like normal greatswords.
Yeah.
Sexy weaponry. Says
Also, I'm very sad that nobody got the Pinhead Larry comment.
I got it, but I was talking.
I'm also drawing. Keep that in mind.
He's doing his draws. But, yes, Pinhead Larry.
Call it Pinhead.
The outside of their armor is also adorned in, thorns. Metal thorns. That make them, impossible to grab onto without hurting oneself.
Enchanted with Thorns 3.
Yes. But it seems that they are driving back the sirens as you hear the sounds of the sirens get more and more distant as they flee in fear.
Yeah.
The knights dismount from their gargantuan steeds and open the gates of the cathedral grounds. And they, they form a barrier, like a little line on either side, leading out of the gate.
Yeah. And I guess we all get the horses, get everything, and head out.
Yep.
God, imagine these guys they expected just there's some people, but no, just a whole entire caravan just comes out of the church.
Yep.
And they're just like, how the fuck did they get in there?
Leonia, of course, heads out first upon his bronze bull.
Oh, yeah.
And you see that, as he passes, all of them lower their heads in a bow. Mindful of their helmets, as to not,
Poke.
Yeah, no stabbies.
No stabby. So yeah, we going. And Kalina, she does nod to one of them and she says, "Thank you. We would have been trapped if you hadn't came."
They do not say anything, but you see that they, acknowledge you. And they also, you can hear their breathing through their helmets. It sounds... It sounds like bellows. Like the sounds of bellows, that you use to...
Yeah.
bellow a fire. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yes, let's go.
Let's go.
Yahoo!
Yahoo!
But, yeah. Now, with the Knights of Atria, guiding you, you are escorted into, downtown Atria.
Yeah.
He do be is drawing a comic. Look at him go.
Oh my god, look at him.
Ben, you're great.
Yes.
It's wonderful.
Isn't it?
I love
Like
that.
something that I think would kind of be like fun. Is it just from here on out have like a mini e-comic? Like what's going on in Anastasia's head, or if
Hmm.
or a very particular funny Anastasia.
I love that.
Silly Adventures of Anastasius.
I love that. Yes.
Whatever the fuck Anastasius is doing.
PM.
Trademark. But, yes. You are led right to the temple,
Oh.
basically. Like, it seems that the knights and Leonia have had an entire conversation without talking.
Yeah, just like, we know, like, you know where we need to go.
You know, I know, you know. We know that you know that we know.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
You.
You know.
You know.
You know.
You know.
But, yes, you are led right to the front steps of the temple. Where the knights then dismount from their horses to, escort you up the stairs.
Yeah.
And you are led into the temple. Now, from your previous experience in Ventrica at the temple there, you were partially expecting there to be incense burners, wafting sweet smells and inebriating substances through the air. But you find that there are none.
Oh?
The air is clear, and all that you find are more of these knights as they roam around the temple, standing guard, going on their patrols. It seems that their presence is the only notable thing here.
No one else.
Any thoughts about that?
Sorry, could you repeat the thing? Like, I don't. Just like basic summary.
No incense in the air. Nothing, like, weird happening. The only thing is that the armored knights are, patrolling around the temple.
Kalina, she does, voice her, confusion. Oh,
Bless you, bitch. Damn.
there's still a little bit of dust.
It took him that long to sneeze.
Yeah. But yeah, Kalina, she does, voice her, confusion and just says, "This is odd. There's no incense or anything inebriating, at least that we can see." And she kind of looks towards Dusk.
Dusk looks confused. He's like
He's
look
confused as well.
he's looking around and he's like he's looking around trying to see spot anything like weird,
Yeah.
but all that there is the knights.
says, well, maybe whatever is keeping Veranda inhibited, as it were. Maybe it's just in her room, her throne room, or wherever she might be.
Dusk is like, walking beside you, talking quietly as to not raise suspicion from any of the knights, and he says,
Yeah.
perhaps so, but this is strange. I have never seen these knights before.
Can Kalina make an investigation check on one of the knights?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm mostly intrigued by how like they're breathing. It sounds like bellows.
Yes.
Because part of me is kind of thinking of something, but I'm not gonna say it yet. I wanna do an investigation check before anything else. Ooh. Is that a dirty 20? Please tell me that's a dirty 20. Yes, it is.
All right. So, Helena, you are looking at the knights. And you notice that they move in a very awkward way. It's almost mechanical.
Oh. The suspicions are being confirmed.
What the hell is wrong with Discord, man? I have to text you on my phone.
Oh no.
Okay, so investigation or yeah, Foxy, did you do investigation or perception?
She did
Uh,
investigation.
Yeah.
Okay. He kind gonna do an investigation roll. 15.
Wait, what did you get? Sorry, Ben.
15.
15? Okay.
Yeah.
So, you are a little bit higher vantage point. So, you kind of get to see a very slight gap up near the collarbone of the armor. It
Okay.
looks... It's a little macabre, but you think that it looks a bit like autopsy incisions, like the Y shape for autopsies along the chest of the armor.
Okay.
And you can kind of see that there is something beyond the armor that looks weird, but you can't really see it because you can't get right up in their faces and look. Give me a quick second to reply to Foxy.
I need to know. Kalina, she sort of tilts her head at one of the knights and she is kind of thinking out loud at this point, and she says, like, kind of hushed to dusk. Nobody could actually be this tall without being some sort of demigod, right?
Dusk
Apart from
leans close to
Anastasia,
you.
but
Dusk leans close to you and says, "Even demigods could not be like this."
So,
does
And
Kalina notice like did she also notice like the Y incision, or was that just Anastasia's?
it was just Anastasius, because from the angle, it's like he's looking sort of at the chest and can see it, but from
Okay.
your angle, it's like, you're looking up and you can't see it.
Okay.
so relative to Kalina, where is Anastasius?
You're a little bit behind Kalina,
Okay, so
but
I
you could see like the knights that are passing by, like on. So you're kind of being flanked. Like
okay.
there are rows of the knights escorting you through, and you can kind of see through them a little bit that there are more knights in the temple. But Anastasius, you are, able to like glance around at the knights that are, on the sides. And since Kalina and Dusk are in the front, next to Leonia, they're sort of standing parallel to the frontmost knights, so they can't see like the front of them.
Okay, so just want to ask before anything and I highly doubt it, but figured I'd ask and just instead of assuming, do any of these knights know Draconic? Each or sign?
They would not.
Okay. He sign Anastasius signs in a Draconic. He, these folks have something off about them, and it has to do with their Y section. And he does try to keep it as discreetly as he can.
Just talking to himself. Just
Yeah, just knows darn well that he can't whisper as well as the others. Again, because of like height and shit. So when talking, that's why I have him like signing
yeah.
a lot of the time. Yeah, but after he says the thing about like Y section, he just there's Kalina and the others see anything, any of this, like not knowing anything that you said like out of character.
Well, of the 5 languages Sarzoth knows, Draconic is not one of them.
Not the language. I'm talking about.
Do they notice that he's signing to himself? Basically.
He just always
Right?
does that, so I would think that they just think nothing of it.
They're used to it by now.
I wasn't even. I'm not even talking about the signing.
Oh my god, he
What are
talks
you
like
talking
Obama.
about? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, nobody in the party actually knows Draconic.
Yeah, but what are you
As far as
talking
I'm
about, Ben?
I'm talking about the knights.
Eh? I'm so confused.
Nobody else can see the Y section on the knights, except for Leonia,
Right.
but he has not, made any mention of it or anything.
And not just like the vice.
Yeah. Nobody else has
Uh,
canonically taken any investigative looks besides Kalina and Dusk.
Okay.
I don't know. I think Kalina's always investigating why Sarzoth's brain is so stupid, but beside the point.
It's
Of investigation for her.
That'll be a mystery to never be solved.
Mhm.
But yeah, Kalina, she does look over to Dusk again and says, "Have you noticed how they're moving? It's not natural. It's almost as if they're like puppets or something else is controlling them.
Mm.
You said there's no way that someone could actually be that large."
Well, not this many people. If it were only a few, it would be more reasonable, but there are easily could be 100 knights occupying this city.
All look very uniform.
Yes. There are
Not a single
only
difference is.
the only other instance of knights of this size that I have ever encountered are the Royal Knights of Cyptria. And of course they are created by Verbena herself.
Do you think these could be inspired by that?
Inspiration or a crude bastardization? Maybe.
Kalina, she thinking. Can I do a roll to see how much she puts together in her brain?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would that be? Just like general intelligence?
Yes.
Okay. Pog face.
Are your dice weighted or something? Jesus.
No!
You sure?
Don't get all up in arms. I'm only making a joke.
But yes, I got a nat 20, total of 25.
Okay. So, Kalina, you're kind of thinking. You're thinking
wanna
to
think?
yourself, like, why would these knights be here? This is so abnormal for, the temple of a goddess, the goddess of lust. Why is it occupied by this army of heavy ironclad knights covered in thorns? And then it kind of just hits you out of the blue. They can't be touched. They can't be touched. I'm gonna let you think about it for a second. See if you
Kalina,
put it together.
she puts it together. And Kalina's like she kind of like her eyes kind of widen and then she mutters to herself, "They can't be touched." And then she looks over to Dusk and whispers louder, "They can't be touched."
He sort of scrunches his eyebrows together a little bit. He's like, "What? What?"
Kalina, she starts explaining. Well, remember when being informed about Miranda's current state, her lust is out of control, and it's rather painful for her. Naturally, she'd try to seek the comfort of anyone. Those suits of armor ensure that she can't.
Dusk, like, he, the dawning realization, he's like, oh, she can't touch them.
Big brain.
Yeah.
Big brain.
Big scary armor. No touch. No touchy. No touchy.
Yeah. Not touch.
But finally, the knights stop, and you are in front of a great door. And
Sorry, go ahead.
the knights don't open the door for you. They just stand there.
Kalina, she slowly steps up to the door and like sets a hand on it before like looking at the two guards flanking the door, seeing if they like react.
The knight that is closer on your side, because you're standing next to Leonia. He had his spear sort of in front of him, next to him. He puts it out, and the other one does as well, blocking the door.
Kalina, she reels her hand away, and she says, "Can we not go in?"
You are met with silence.
And Kalina, she looks up towards Leonia to see his reaction.
He is visibly looking pretty irritated. Like,
And
he's
yeah.
snarling a little.
Yeah. Kalina just says, "Surely at least he can go in." Like gesturing to Leonia.
They seem to almost grip their spears tighter.
This is probably going to be a bit stupid, but can Kalina do like some kind of insight check?
Sure.
Yeah, because like it's
On
probably
the
not going to
knights?
do anything. Yeah, on the knights.
Alright. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a bit difficult because she can only really rely on jerky body movement.
Yep. Very shitty body language.
Yeah, okay. What's my bonus again? Hey, yo!
Oh god.
Okay, so base 17 plus 6. Is that 22 or 23?
No.
22.
6. Wait, so half
Should be 22.
6, 17 plus 3, that's 20. No, So shouldn't it be 23? Yeah, because it's my bonus is a 6, and then yeah, it should be 23.
Okay. I'm bad at math.
It's okay.
I'm gay. Leave me alone.
It's okay. It's okay.
I picked drive and cook. I can't do math.
I put both of my choices into math. I can't cook or drive. I chose double proficiency.
Yeah. She chose double proficiency in gaying. So Kalina, you kind of take notice of the fact that the knights are sort of holding their breath almost. Like the very loud sound of their breathing is kind of dulled down a little bit. And, they are they're holding their breath almost. Yeah. They're holding their breath.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you can really sort of make out
Yeah.
about it, is they're holding their breath.
I'm guessing they probably maybe they can't hold this position for too long. Or something like that. So Kalina, she just stands there with puts a hand still on the door. Almost kind of like staring down the knights. Wait, hold on. Am I intimidation? Can I make an intimidation check now?
Sure. Sure.
I'm gonna try. Okay, total of 14.
Your attempt at intimidation does not work.
Yeah.
They are not swayed by your attempt at rebellion.
She then looks up to Leonia and kind of whispers, "What do we do?" Just barge in anyway, but there's tons of those guards around.
You can kind of very faintly hear that he's sort of growling under his breath.
Oh. Oh no.
What I miss?
Leonia is impatient and pissed that you're being barred from going in to the throne room. The knights are just standing there, not letting you pass.
Is there a window anywhere?
No, there are no windows, unfortunately, Colbart. But
Can I make a window?
No. There's a full army in here, my guy. But Colbert, you want to be important for a second?
What?
Colbart, you're kind of looking around, what the fuck's going on? Why are we allowed in? And you see a single person who is not wearing fucking armor walking up towards the door from off to the side. He seems to be a middle-aged man in very fine robes of deep pinks and purpley colors.
Mm-hmm.
God.
So hi, XB.
XB
Yeah, you're
Doobie is in chat.
He is in chat.
He was in chat at some
Or
point.
it was, yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
Full
XP.
bird.
So
But-
I see this man walking up to us.
Yes.
Alright, I wave my hand saying, hello? Can we go through?
The man sort of like flourishes his hand and he says, "Terribly sorry for the wait. But rules are rules. I cannot let you in all by yourselves, even with the knights." And by now, like, everybody has taken notice of this guy, because he is the only person who has spoke. And, yeah. All of you take notice of the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The guy.
The
The
guy.
guy. There's a guy here.
Hello,
Yeah, Kalina, she
Shorty.
sees him and just says, "What do you mean that we can't go in by ourselves?"
You see him kind of roll his eyes at that. And he says, "Well, the nature of veranda. We cannot trust just anybody to be in her presence. There are precautions that must be taken." He's very, he's a little sort of nasty attitude.
Yeah.
Gross.
Smarmy guy.
And Kalina just says, "Her nature?" Like, almost like, kind of like she's beginning to sound a bit pissed. It's like, "Excuse me?"
Excuse me? You are going to insult her? How dare? Yeah. He kind of sighs, exasperated, his hands, clasped behind his back. And he's like, "Yes. Why do you think we have these armored knights patrolling around everywhere? Because we couldn't trust normal people in her presence." That's exactly how we end up with more of her spawn running around for us to take care of.
Kalina. You can see her eye twitch just a bit. Just a slight twitch. Slight twitch.
I want to take care of her so-called spawn, then why just pack up and move and find people that do want to take care?
If it were that easy, the problem would have been solved centuries ago.
And her like shit isn't a good solution either. I say under my breath.
He kind of clicks his tongue and, like, glares at you. Side eye. Criminally bombastic side eye.
Wait, would this be a I have the soundboard.
Play the shade. It's perfect. I'm so glad I put that one.
Yeah. But yeah, Kalina, she says, like, almost like you can hear a bit of of anger seep through into her words. And what else have you exactly done to solve this problem? Aside from, well, keeping her locked away.
If you are concerned about the goddess, she has never been harmed in any way. I can assure you that.
Has she? I'm firing shots!
Mm-hmm.
He does not reply, but he kind of just gives you a look. He's like, "You're really testing me."
Yeah, and at this point, she kind of doesn't care. She's both in business mode, but also wanting to deck this guy in the face.
So far, we have seen all kinds of of ways that these gods have been mistreated. We are giving no shits.
Does Hawk actually say that?
No.
Okay.
Internal
Should I?
dialogue. Yeah, you could
Internal
mention it.
dialogue.
You could talk about how you could, challenge him.
Well,
Hey,
we
she's
can't.
just gonna let Kalina be pissed. She is thriving. Just like, yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
take out your anger.
let the,
And Hobart
let the
will
anger
say this
flow
instead.
through you.
Well, we can't help being so skeptical after all of the ways that we've seen other gods being mistreated.
He puts his hand like over his chest and he's like, "Please, we're not barbarians."
As you are, Anastasia Justice says.
He kind of like sneers up at you like, "What are you talking about, big bitch?" Motherfucker.
And Kalina just says, we'll be the judge of that once you let us in.
He kind of huffs a little bit and he says, "I'm starting to think that I shouldn't let you in."
And Kalina, she, steps one step closer to him and says, in anger, the god of wrath. And she kind of gestures with her head, like nods her head towards Leonia.
He looks over at Leonia, and the only difference in his face that you can see is his pupils shrink up a little bit, but his face does not crack.
Damn,
He
he's
just
good.
glances at Leonia, looks back at you, and he says, "God or not, you are outnumbered."
May be true, but you are outmatched.
Hmm.
Can Kalina do like an intimidation roll with that?
Yes, you may.
Alright, come on.
Can I make myself look scary to give advantage or something?
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
Total of 17.
All right.
Oh, Tagogs just said, can I assist intimidation?
Yes.
It's
So,
okay.
Kalina, of course, you have advantage.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll again. Yeah, total of 19 now.
Yeah.
Yes. So, throws my dice. Plunk. The big metal one.
Yeah.
The only noticeable difference after your intimidation is you see his eye twitch a little bit and he squints. He is very good at poker face.
Lena has finally met a politician.
Yes. A real politician. It also doesn't help that, like, he's not a small man by any regards.
Yeah.
Okay, Audrey.
Oh, honey. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. Only noticeable difference. Eye twitch and slight squint.
Yeah. Yeah, so,
And he
Helena can-
replies,
Oh.
well, he does reply to your, well, you're outmatched by, that has yet to be seen.
Do you really want to see?
It matters not to me.
Now, then I suppose you wouldn't mind if, we had a bit of a demonstration.
Please. I don't need your theatrics. I don't even know why you're here. You have yet to explain. You've only come barging in, guns a-blazing, insult to head.
Salt the what?
Insults at the head. Like, you know, you came forward, like, you know, ready to throw hands. And that's not a good look in his eyes.
Yeah.
Came in talking shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard too, yeah. I thought I heard insult a pet.
No, not that. Go, who? Yeah. So yeah, he has pointed out that you have not even, you know, declared your business.
Lena says, we're here to see the goddess. Meet with her. On an assignment from, well, someone of even higher standing than her.
It's then that Dusk steps forward, and he actually pulls out a scroll that he has.
Yeah.
His last-ditch effort. The orders. I got the orders right here, baby girl.
My mom told me for us to do this.
And Dusk clears his throat and unfurls the scroll. And says, by order of Tirnali, goddess of pride, and elder of the sins, this group has been put upon the mission of... And then he turns it around and, like, practically shoves it in the guy's face.
Yeah.
Providing
Perfect.
wellness check 2 and gathering of the sins. And the guy, like, he sort of, like, pulls back a little bit at the scroll being shoved at his face. And he pulls out a very thin pair of glasses and places it on the bridge of his nose, adjusts them, and reads it.
Yeah.
And then he sort of closes his eyes, and you see his nose scrunch up a little bit. Just like, ugh, wonderful. He's like, very well. And then he,
Or,
like,
in her head, she's just like, now is that so hard?
Yeah.
She doesn't actually say that, but
you can see that there is clear, like, disdain on his face as he turns towards the knights and says, "Open the door. Let them through." The knights do as they are told and open the door,
yeah.
allowing you through. And you can see that, like, the one that is on Leonia's side is, like, adamantly, like, turning his head away. She's like, I'm not gonna look at you. I am not gonna look at you, man. I'm not even gonna fucking look at you, dog. Get
Yeah.
out of here.
And Kalina, she well, I'm guessing everyone just goes through. And Kalina can't help but smile a little bit. Though she's kind of mentally beating herself up for you know, showing that emotion.
Like, some people be bitches, and it's okay.
Yeah. Cause like she's more upset about the fact that like these people were treating Miranda as a monster in a way.
Yeah. God forbid women do anything.
Exactly.
I s-
Women defending women.
I support women's rights and women's wrongs.
This is what we say when we support women. We
Thumbs up.
support their rights and we support their wrongs.
Yes. But, as you walk into the throne room, you see that she is up on the throne, sitting there, and she's very still. She doesn't, like, acknowledge you coming in, and her hair is, like, a little fallen over her face. She's sitting very, politely, and she has her hands gently folded over her lap. There
Okay.
are also many knights in this room.
Oh no.
At least 24.
Oh dang.
And they're not roaming about. They are all standing at attention.
Okay.
And you can hear that, like, you can hear the breathing of
Mhm.
them. And it's a little, it's a little scary.
Yeah.
It's just like the terrible, almost mechanical sound of them.
Yeah. But yeah, like I guess Kalina speaks up and she bows in Veranda's direction. Lady Veranda, it is an honor to meet you.
Miranda does not reply, nor does she seem to acknowledge your words at all.
Oh?
It's a little difficult to see her face currently.
Yeah.
Her hair is just sort of curly. Her curly hair is just sort of like fallen around her face, casting her face in shadow.
Yeah.
And it's like tilted down slightly.
Yeah. Kalina, she like notices this and she kind of looks towards Leonia. It's like, hey, buddy. You know what's going on?
You can see him like tilt his head slightly, just like, what you doing, girl? And he walks right up to the throne.
Yeah.
And he puts his hand on her shoulder and gives her a light little shake. She's like,
Yeah.
Veranda, Veranda,
Yeah,
honey,
girly?
Veranda, honey. And she jolts up and sort of like she was asleep.
Oh, she was asleep.
She fell asleep at her throne.
Damn. Me too, girly. Me too. Love that for her.
But she like startled awake. She puts her hand over her chest and she's like, "Oh goodness, did I doze off?" And Leonia laughs a little bit. He says, yes, you did. And it's at this point that she notices that, oh my god, it's my brother. And she says,
Twin.
Leonia. And she jumps out of her chair and she wraps her
Aw.
arms around his neck.
Aww.
And she hugs him. And he hugs her back, squeezing her. Big old bear hug.
Lift.
Twins.
Aww. Kalina, she can't help but like smile and put a hand over her chest. She doesn't say anything, but she's just watching, smiling. Just like, aww.
After a little bit of basically Veranda, being held up by Leonia, hugging her, kicking her feet around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kick my feet.
Yeah. Happy.
He sets her back down. And she's like, what are you doing here? I haven't seen you in so long. And he smiles. This is the most emotion you have ever seen him make. Other than
Oh my
anger.
gosh, even before when we were standing by the door like Midwesterners.
Yeah. He's actually smiling now.
Yeah!
Wow. Happy.
Oh my gosh, he actually has teeth? We've never seen him smile before.
Well, he has teeth because snarling. Angry dog.
Oh yeah, true.
Angry dog. Angry lion. Angry Leonia sounds. But he says, well, our dear sister Tiri is gathering us all up. She says it's about time that we all have a bit of sibling bonding. And Leonia canonically goes aggressively.
When he's chewing on something, and like I'm imagining like he's chewing on like a giant like turkey leg or something, and he gets to the bone just like.
He does make a lot of just sound sometimes.
Yeah.
A nonverbal king.
When you're eating and you're just like, that's him all the time.
Lovely.
Grunting. Caveman grunting constantly. Me too. But Veranda smiles and she's like, oh, I haven't seen all of them in so long. That's wonderful. And she turns her attention away from Leonia. And then she looks at all of you, and then it seems that she notices the knights. And you see her expression change ever so slightly, and you see her tense up. And she
Weird.
says, did all of you, did you bring my dear brother here?
Like looking at us.
Yes,
Uh,
the group.
Kalina, she nods and just says, "Yes, my lady, we did."
Then you have my thanks.
Of course. It would be wrong to keep you separated for too long.
She nods and smiles. Though you do notice that her, smile seems a little tense and strained.
Hmm. Kalina, Fuck, my brain is running out of things.
Running out, running out, running
Better watch out. Better watch out. Better watch out. You better watch out.
out. Distant sounds of Ben.
Yeah.
Hello, my family.
Distant sounds of the twin.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Ben, this should be relatable for you because you're a twin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh
No
my
comment.
god.
Oh my god.
I literally had been called out because of something my dad needed me for.
Ah,
Gotcha.
but yeah. Miranda seems a little tense. Having noticed the knight's presence in the throne room.
Yeah. Does it seem like she recognizes them?
Definitely.
Okay. Kalina, she steps forward. And fuck.
It goes.
She says, "Well, if you need to get anything, we can of course wait, but we are ready to depart when you are, my lady."
Of course. Let us leave as soon as we can. And you see
Kalina
her, like, sort
nods.
of dart her eyes around the room as if looking for something or someone.
Yeah. Can Kalina just do like a general perception check?
Yes.
Okay. Total of 12.
Alright.
Not too shabby.
You kind of, like, glance around the room as she is, like, looking around. And you see that sort of off in one of the far corners of the room, in the shadows, is the man from the door.
Mr. Asshole.
And he doesn't seem very happy.
Yeah.
He's just sort of glaring off in the direction of the group.
Mm-hmm.
And he notices that you spot him, and he glares at you.
Mm-hmm.
you turn your attention back towards Veranda, and you notice that she has noticed him as well. And she's like trying not to look directly at him, but like side eye. Fucking hell, that was good. I love soundboard. Shade. Oh, that was a good choice on my hat. On my
Yes,
part.
yes, it was. Thank you for adding this.
Oh, it's gonna kill me. Yeah. So she's like glancing at him out of the corner of her eyes.
Yeah. But yeah, Kalina says, like, trying to direct her attention away from, the man.
Man.
Just says, well, then let's be on our way.
Veranda sort of, snaps her eyes back to you and smiles and says, "Of course." And you notice that like she is currently like clasping her hands pretty tightly in front of herself to the point where you can kind of see like, it's almost like a white knuckle grip.
Oh, dang.
You can see like where the pressure is. It's discoloring her hands.
Oh dear. Wait, also, question, this is like out of character, but how tall is Veranda?
Veranda is just a little bit shorter than Leonia.
Okay. And how tall is Leonia again?
Breathes in, not knowing.
I mean,
I
all I,
don't
know
ever
is
write it
that
down.
taller than, like, 9 feet, because that's how tall Anastasius is.
Yeah, so, Leonia is, like, about 12, more or less.
Okay.
And, Veranda's, like, 11 and a half, I guess.
Okay. Alright.
Big mommy.
Yeah.
Big mommy. All you bitches who like Lady Dimitrescu, get in line.
Yes, I am in the line. I'm in the queue. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I actually get to her, but I'll think of something.
Kiss.
Yeah.
I just see Jade. Stop!
Stop! It's time to stop, okay?
It's time, stop!
But yeah,
Yes. 11
Helena,
feet
she
tall.
keeps moving and keeps her eyes on the man. Like mostly like not like glaring or anything, but just like, keeping an eye on him out of like the corner of her eye.
Yeah. You see that he is like, visibly aggravated. And you can see his breathing, like he's like angry breathing right now in the corner. Just like motherfucking bitch shit. I know you guys are up to something.
But yeah, Kalena's just gonna keep going, though she does have her guard up, as it were.
I think all of our guards are up.
Yeah. It's like, alright, no sudden movement. Just keep walking. Oh!
In case y'all forgot.
Oh yeah.
The dress.
Yeah, I just didn't know if now was like a good time to present it.
Yeah. I just didn't know if y'all forgot about the dress you had made.
Then give her the dress.
Yes. Alright. Didn't know your game plan. Muchacholatos.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, we
yeah.
going.
Yeah. As you begin to move out of the throne room, all of the 24 knights begin to, like, they move with you. And you notice that Veranda, like, kind of slowly just presses herself really close to Leonia. Like,
Yeah.
protect me.
Don't worry, your brother's gonna protect you. Siblings.
Siblings.
Only you can mess with your siblings. The
Yeah,
moment anyone else does.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
Leonia's gonna. Yeah, I would not be surprised. No, like, in fact, I feel like he will if given the chance. He's gonna frickin' crush one of those armored dudes like a soda can.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I think.
basically.
I think Kalina, she is just going to, pull out her, pen sword and, a notebook. And, she's just gonna be jotting some random things down.
It's just to have the pen out.
Yeah, it's just
sword.
to have the pen out, yes.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Exactly. But, it's very quiet and awkward as you, are leaving the temple. And hey, I'm the one with the big sword.
No one's gonna look at your pen.
But, Leonia, as you, exit the actual temple, barks an order at one of the knights, demanding that they retrieve Veranda's steed. Which they do. And she has... she has a, Can I have some peace of mind? Thank you, God. It's gone. My brain cells.
Oh.
Fucking gone. She has a very rare creature. Very rare creature.
Creature?
A rare creature.
Creature.
Give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds, god damn it. For a site to load.
Oh no.
Fucking hell. Where is it? I had it. Where did it go?
Oh no.
Where is he? Motherfucker.
What is it, cat boy?
Scream.
What?
Ah, okay.
He screamed.
There it is.
And he
There the
cried.
fucking hell it is. Okay. It looks like a great elk.
Oh.
Its fur is gray and white dappled. Upon its back, there is little growths and tufts of fur that are a pale, pale pink. They almost look like petals. Sprouting from its great horns are little blossoms. Tiny pink flowers. Its eyes are a glassy white.
It's pretty.
And yeah, it's pretty fucking big, because, you know, an 11-foot woman has to ride it.
All I do is see you turn into a giant woman.
A giant,
Giant woman.
You're
Ah, giant women.
giant woman.
I'm so gay.
Yes, and we
I
know
can't
that's
even-
why we love you.
Yeah, I can't even copy paste images in because Discord is so fuck.
Oh no.
Even if
Discord
it's
is
in non-roleplay comments, it can't.
Discord is fuck.
You think a roleplay whatever there.
But yeah, I'll show you guys later. The thing.
Yeah, we can
But
imagine for now. We can
Imagine a cherry blossom elk, basically.
Imagination.
Sugoi. Kawaii desune. Don't. Fucking don't.
Okay.
Fucking. Why?
No, wait,
Fucking.
imagine Leonia does that. Yeah.
You know, yeah. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Miranda makes a face of disgust.
Yeah.
Sibling
like,
bullshit.
yeah.
You know,
What?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. You all, mount on your steeds. And, with Leonia, of course, at the head, begin to leave Atria. And as you're leaving, it's then that you notice just how many knights that there are.
Oh boy.
There are so many of them, as you just look back, that you can't even see the stairs of the temple.
Oh boy.
It is an entire army standing there watching you.
Dear. Yeah, Kalina, she does like glance towards Tagok. And like, does like a bit of a nod in her direction. It's like, yeah, you got your guard up. She doesn't actually say anything, but yeah. And Kalina, she also looks up towards Leonia and does a nod.
He doesn't nod, but he, like, does a slow blink at you.
Oh, cat language.
Cat.
I mean, he's lion-coded.
Yeah. Does Kalina pick up on that? That's the question.
You kind of are like, wow, he really does act like a cat sometimes. Jesus.
Yeah.
Big cat man.
The slow blink.
I acknowledge you.
Yay.
You glance one more time back at the stairs of the temple, in time to see the man in the pink robes walk out. He stands out quite considerably amongst the sea of silver knights.
Yeah. What's he gonna freaking do?
What's he gonna do?
For now, it doesn't seem that he is doing anything, just watching you with contempt.
machete isn't gonna do anything. Yet.
This
Or maybe a nice fireball.
weird standstill is unnerving.
Yeah. You're moving currently, like moving
Yeah.
slowly farther away from the temple, but just sort of looking back at him like, what the fuck do you want, bitch?
Huh?
What the fuck is up, Kyle? No, what'd you say, dude?
What is
Step the fuck up, Kyle.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, we're just gonna walk out with Veranda and, never look back.
Fuck your life, bing bong.
Fuck your life. Bing bong.
Throws a pigeon.
Exactly.
Perfect pigeon sound, thank you.
Hold
Yep.
on.
Pigeon sounds. Okay, enough pigeon sounds, god damn it.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
No more pigeon sounds.
Okay.
Stop it.
Bing bong.
Yap it. Yap it. But yeah. Slowly you make your way down the main road away from the temple. Always keeping an eye out to see what the knights are gonna do, if anything at all. You do notice that while you're going down the street, people are kind of stopping and staring. As are the knights that are occupying the city, like out in the city.
Yeah. It's like,
They're-
hey, yo, what the fuck?
Everybody is stopping, silence, pure silence, and staring at you as you pass.
How's Randa doing?
She look, like, still nervous, or?
Yes, she still seems fairly nervous, though considerably a little less tense. She's still got a pretty hard grip on the reins, though.
But yeah, we headed back to, what's it called?
Edenbrook,
Edenbrook, that's the name.
to finally
And,
get on Ceruleus.
Yeah. And, Kalina,
Yep.
she does, ask out loud, like, either to Dusk or to Veranda. So, how long of a how long of a journey do we need to make until we reach Edenbrook?
Leonia sort of turns on his steed, turns around and looks and says, well, I suppose that all depends on if there are more sirens on the road.
Of course. We already had one too many run-ins. Far too many. And Kalina, like, she, like, in her brain, or like she's muttering to herself, just like, well, technically it was twice. Like, just like, God, Kalina is so tism-coded. She's so tism-coded sometimes.
Because you're tism coded. Not she's just autistic. Leave her be.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on in my brain. All I know is that there's something going on in here.
Tism too,
I'm
it's
just
fine.
too, it's fine.
Tism.
Oh, tism.
It's the tism.
Yep.
Got the tism
Alright.
swag.
Ah, fuck, wrong chat. It's okay. I could
That's
honestly
hilarious.
see Tangok saying something like that.
Autism. Though there probably is not a word for autism. Formally.
Yeah.
In. I almost said the lands between. It's Vera, not the lands between. Get it together, Arrows. Jesus Christ.
Get yourself together, man.
Good God.
Pull yourself together.
I'm trying. Fucking hell. But yeah.
Kalina, she nods in acknowledgement and says, "Well, if there are, hopefully we can avoid them. We've been thankful that we've been able to avoid them twice thus far, with relatively minor injuries." And she looks at her hands and kind of clenches them into fists before getting back on or holding the reins again. Also,
You're-
okay.
Yes. Smile deviously.
Total of
Perception.
16.
16?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna wait until
6.
everybody.
9. I think. Pretty damn sure, right?
9, 6,
I'm
Tega?
double checking.
11. Alright. Alrighty then. And two. Well, none of you notice anything,
Oh no.
unfortunately.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
I don't like that.
This is where we all die.
I mean, at
Sadly.
least we'll be able to get to use the Dark Souls button.
My Dark Souls You Died sound. Oh, I could also put that over the fucking adopted one.
Yeah.
I have the adopted thing. I could just do the Dark Souls sound with the adopted.
Oh my god.
I can't wait to use that one. But yeah, none of you noticed anything.
Dear. Oh
As
no.
you are leaving the city, you know.
Yeah.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary. The knights are just watching you as you leave through the main city gates. And once you are out of, you know, line of sight of the knights, Veranda sort of, you know, loosens up.
Yeah.
She like almost breathes a sigh of relief,
Yeah.
and the tenseness melts away from her.
Yay.
Yay.
Kalina, like, she's silent for a minute before she just kind of looks at Veranda and everyone and just says, "So is it a safe assumption for me to ask if, wait, no, fuck, I worded that wrong.
Rewind. Scratch that.
Yeah.
Put it down on the reverse of the.
But yeah, Kalina, she, is silent for a moment before, looking back towards everyone and just says, "So it's safe for me to assume that, those knights," and she, does, a little bit of an air quote, "weren't exactly there to protect you, were they?"
Miranda shakes her head, like, she's like, oh, no, definitely not.
Is it another safe assumption to assume that that robed man wasn't exactly the nicest out there, or was looking to look out for you in any way? And you can see that Kalina, like, she looks visibly like angry at even just like mentioning the guy.
Miranda kinda that would be a wildly incorrect assumption of him. He is cold, to say the least.
Yeah, I was able to pick up on that. And Kalina, like, she looks back towards like the road in front of them. The way that he was talking about you to us made me so angry.
She just kind of shrugs. She says, I'm used to it.
Kalina, she looks back at Veranda. Consider the fact that you shouldn't be. No one should be treated like that. Like a beast of burden.
You can see that she kind of just looks almost a little numb to, like, everything. Just a very distant, glazed over expression. And, she says something, and I'd like you all to make a perception roll again.
See if we actually hear it.
Yes.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Really? Natural 20?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's just a 20 though. I don't have anything on it.
Total of
15.
What'd you get, Kalina?
Total of 18.
18. And this bitch got a 19.
Out of 15.
Okay, so she thinks that none of you will be able to hear it, but you most definitely do.
Did we all hear it?
Yeah, you all
Oh my God.
heard it.
Damn.
But you hear her sort of mutter to herself. It was always for my own good, though, right?
And Kalina, she hears this and just says, "What? You think that what he was doing was for your own good?"
She doesn't reply to that because she obviously did not want you to hear it, so she's like, oh, fuck.
Kalina, she sighs a bit and says,
Classic manipulation tactic. That's what Colbert says.
Kalina nods in agreement. Exactly. People like that, they say those things to keep you trapped, make you stay with them. They'll try to rebel. And you think that it's just how it's supposed to work. But it's not.
She doesn't reply, but she kind of, you know, shrinks in on herself a little bit.
Kalina, she does like fall, like, where is Veranda in terms of like where Kalina is? She's like in front of her, behind her,
In front,
in front. Okay.
riding next to Leonia.
Okay. Okay. Kalina, she she kind of like rides up next to Miranda, and then like kind of like she intends to like set a hand on her shoulder, but since she's so tall, she can only really do like maybe like her lower like forearm,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like her arm somewhere, and just says, "There's no need to feel ashamed. I know that's common to feel, but none of it was your fault. I know I don't know everything, but again, no one should be treated like that."
She doesn't look at you, but she sort of scrunches her brows together and she says, "Maybe for normal folk, but when you're like me."
How do you mean?
You've heard all the stories about how I'm a sex-crazed freak. They call me a succubus. A demon of lust.
That's gross.
My nature causes trouble for everybody around me. I can't control it. I'm a force that must be contained.
He told you those things, didn't he? That man?
Everybody has for the past 100,000, however many years. Year after year, generation after generation. I'm a burden.
Kalina, she looks up at her and just says, "If you really were, do you think that your brother would have wanted to see you so badly? That any of your siblings would want to see you so badly?" You're far from a burden, milady.
She glances over at Leonia, who he just kind of looks like a little angry, a little sad. And then she looks back at you and she says, "They've never had to shoulder my burden. My people, they have to. They've always had to."
Lena really just wants to give a hug to Veranda, but she's on the horse, so she freaking can't.
Too tall.
Too tall, and we're moving. Like, Helena, like, she wishes she could give advice on that, but she's not, like, in any position to, like, assume what it's like. So she kind of looks up at Leonia, just like, hey, hey, buddy. A little help here.
He can't help because he is emotionally constipated.
Can I
Also,
just turn into a bird and fly up to her shoulder, just snuggle against her neck? A bird's form of a hug,
Is like just snuggle.
pretty much. I want to do that.
she purses her lips, a little, like, almost looking like she's about to cry. And she says,
Out, girly pop, let it out.
"You shouldn't even be near me." And she sort of pulls herself away from you, Kalina, and tries to shrug you off, Colbart.
Helena, she says, well, we're not exactly the best of following orders.
She just sighs and says, "Why must you mortals be so stubborn?"
Anastasius pipes up and says, we're stubborn, or at least one of the reasons why we're stubborn is because of how we want to protect those who we hold dear. He says, walking over to where she is. And,
Gets
and,
off of his horse.
oh,
Wait, does he even have a horse?
no, he just walks everywhere.
Damn, he
Takes
just
a couple
walks.
strides and is at the front of the line already.
Damn.
Big footstep.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
had
gets
to-
out of the cart, walks a couple steps at the front already. Yeah, he was in the cart.
I'll say usually unless like I am not here, I'll have him walking along the group.
Yeah. Walking, but if they're running fast, he leap in the cart.
Yep. But yeah, like he walks up to he and says this while patting her like on the back to the best of his ability.
You go to pat her on the back and she sort of like winces away from your touch. A little bit. She doesn't want to be touched by anybody right now.
No touch.
So he puts down his hand, understanding why that she doesn't want to be touched. Then asks, "Is there anyone you want to protect in your life?"
So many people.
And then Anastasia says, "Listen, I don't know why he that jackass kept you in the room. Probably because of some horror fantasy or some shit. But if you know you want to do good and for others, you can't be in that room. It's unhealthy. I know, I've tried.
She
And
seems to be getting, I don't know, a little irritated almost. And she says, "Come on. We all know the reason. They keep us locked away. We're gods. And if we weren't, we'd be burned at the pyre. It's the only reason they keep us alive. Status symbols. That they can flaunt around. That they're so great for worshipping a wonderful god. And then she just falls silent.
I
Caprona
like. I don't know what else to have Anastasius say, like, verbally. So he just finds. Hopefully, we can help out with this a lot more. Do some other things that, like, come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Helena can't really think of anything to say. She just wants to hug Miranda so bad. Dang it, she needs one.
Ooh, what's Tegak say?
Tagok says, people follow gods because they need something to rely on. Even if that reliance isn't real. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't put your, you should put your own shit aside. God or not. She just sort of, hums slightly. But otherwise does not acknowledge your words. I would like everybody to make another perception roll.
Boy.
It's time again.
Oh shit.
Please be high, please be high.
Total of 15.
Another natural 20.
30-20.
Nice. Degok? 24
Hey, yo.
motherfuckers. Hell yeah. Swag? Tastic. So, Colbert, Tagok, Anastasius. You got the highest ones. So, let's start with, Colbert and Anastasius. You both got 20. So, you, take notice of something going on with Veranda. You notice that, like, she's very stiff. And she seems very uncomfortable sitting on the saddle. Tegak, you briefly notice this before taking notice of something else. You hear the sound of hooves that are not part of the group. They sound slightly distant.
Oh no.
It seems to only be the hooves of one horse.
Hope it isn't a big fucking horse.
Yeah. You take a look behind. You don't see anything around the cart. Of course. Because it's obscuring your vision. But, you know, you're trying to peer around it through the cart, just like, what the fuck? I hear a bitch.
We need to install rear view mirrors.
Get the fucking the rear view. The little side mirrors for her.
Yeah, the side mirrors.
Colbert, you take notice of Tegak, like, looking around and, like, trying to look around the cart.
Do you hear something, Tegak?
Tegak typing sounds.
Typing.
It sounds like something behind us. Hooves? That's what Tegak
I
says.
don't like that. Freya, save my seat, and I'm gonna
Kalina
turn
literally
back
did not
into a
notice
bird.
anything.
Freya, save my seat.
saved my seat.
Freya, save my seat. Pew. I am become bird, he says. Yeah, you're gonna become bird. Bird time.
I'm gonna pick
Bird
one
hours.
bird and look around.
Oh shit.
You turn into bird, and you fly up above the group. To get a good look. And you see that there is indeed a large horse. You know, catching up to the group. At first, you think it's one of the knights. But then, as you get a closer look at it, you realize this one is different.
Oh.
It is much larger.
Eight.
And what you thought were horse hooves was actually a war elephant.
Sorry, what?
A war elephant. A giant knight upon the back of a war elephant.
You fucking what?
Yes, an Oliphant from Lord of the Rings. Yes. Slay, girl. It is heavily armored. Its tusks are coated with metal. And it's moving. It's not as fast as a horse, but it's coming. and upon its
Yeah.
back, the
Oh.
giant knight with its 4 mechanical arms.
What?
Yep,
Fuck?
it still only counts as 1.
What the fuck?
2 of its arms
Oh,
upon the
sure.
reins of the elephant. One holding a shield, and the other with a great mace.
Oh. I don't like that.
I don't either.
It is about a quarter of a mile, I'd say. Just about. From the party.
We could hear it all the way from here.
Yes. You know, it's a very flat expanse. The sound travels. The plateaus. There's not much of anything to absorb sound.
Yeah.
Tegak's fucking screaming.
I'm gonna fly back
Yes.
fast.
Like the soldier just sees like first it's just like a bird pop in and then just immediately fly back the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't take notice of bird. No bird.
Good. Bird is not noticed.
Bird is not noticed.
Okay, I rolled to see if Kolbart knows what an elephant is, and I got an 8.
Okay.
Oh no.
He is going to
This
have
is
to
gonna be fun.
describe an elephant. How lovely.
Okay.
My God. Is Galena the only one that knows what an elephant is?
I would imagine
Possibly.
that like Anastasius would probably know.
Mostly because he's been around for so long.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, I come in, I turn back into Fish Boy and say, oh my fucking god, guys, there's this giant fucking creature and a guy riding on it with like 4 other arms.
Galena,
Everybody's just like, huh? You what?
she blinks, just like, creature? What do you mean creature?
I don't know, it has like 2 giant fucking tusks thingies, and it's really, really fucking big, and it has big ears. I don't know what it is.
Anastasius here's the description. His face kind of like goes blink and it says, "Oh, the elephants are still around."
Elephants are still around.
Elephants
Damn.
are still around.
Bro, they haven't got
Yeah.
extinct yet?
Commentary. Yeah. Anastasius says, elephant. Tegok says, a what?
Anastasius turns to Tagok and says, "An elephant. That's the bloomin' thing that Albert has just described. And more than likely it's a freaking war her elephant at that. And Colbert, I am so sorry, dude. I nearly forgot her name. Remembered in the next of time. Not important though. He got an elephant, and we should be worried."
We need to go. Like, go. And I hop back on my horse.
Yeah, that's an understatement, dude. But yeah, let's skedaddle.
Just the one?
That's all I saw. But that thing is huge. We're not dealing with it. We have to go.
Yeah,
Kalina,
let's.
she does look up to a veranda like almost as if like seeing if she can like pick up on is like, does Veranda know this is a thing?
Veranda is like, she has a very deer in the headlights look. Her eyes are wide. She's like, she's been sort of like, you know, closed in on herself. She's like sitting up straight, like, what the fuck? She looks spooked. She's tightly gripping the reins. And pretty much as soon as it's said we need to go, she whips the reins and bolts off.
Oh.
Yep, we're going.
Yep, we're going.
Doing the same.
As does
Yeah, Kalina
Leonia.
does this. Yeah,
There's like,
Kalina does the same as well.
Anastasius does it like a proper run.
you can go pretty
Oh, yeah.
fast with the cart, Tagok, considering that Grape is a hefty boy.
Mm-hmm. Grape.
Grape is a strong boy.
And Anastasia's run as fast as a horse.
He's somehow keeping pace with everyone.
You might be able to run as fast as a horse, bitch.
Damn.
What's your speed?
40 feet. Or 40 feet is my walking feet.
So that's
80.
80. Because if running, dashing, taking your turn, and taking your movement, that is 80.
Okay. So, yes. Anastasius, you can keep up with the cart. The other horses are faster because they are not having a cart.
Or you can get in the cart.
Yep. Or you can hop on the back of Leonia's bull and be like,
Damn.
I don't want to be on the ground.
Keep running.
Alright, he's gonna keep running.
Keep running, bro. Just keep running.
Yeah. By the time that you all have the horses going full speed as they, like, you know, can without, you know, putting themselves into cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Because horses are interesting creatures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You start to hear the sounds of the elephant.
Oh.
The thundering is much louder now. And you can hear the sound even of the armor on it,
Oh god.
clanking together as it runs.
Oh
boy.
And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
I understand why, because it's so late, but no!
Next session, you're fighting a war elephant.
Oh
Oh.
god.
Oh no.
Oh god. Next Friday on
Dragon Ball Z.
TV slash.
Arrows and clips.
Wait, I just realized that means it's the return of Eldridge Glock.
Oh
The
god.
Eldritch Glock.
I'm gonna feel really bad because elephants are my favorite animal.
I know. I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna look at pictures of baby elephants now.
I would also like to apologize to the entire nation of India. Anyways, of course that marks the end of tonight's session. We will be back next week.
Hopefully.
Actually, like we will be back next week. on Friday the 30th, the last day of Pride Month, baby.
What a hell of a way to go.
What a hell of a way to
before
die.
Pride Month.
Good night, everybody. We hope to see you next week.